24 Little Squid Leagues, 3 Invitationals, 1 winner today. Everybody, welcome on into Little Squid League 24, our first Invitational of Splatoon 3, third overall. I am joined here with DRF. DRF, how are you today?
Oh boy, I am doing fantastic, and I am so excited to finally be commentating a Little Squid League. You know, this is such a fantastic tournament series, and it's always fun when they put on these invitationals, and I'm looking forward to seeing 8 Little Squid League veterans take each other on to be the first champions of Splatoon 3 for the Little Squid League.
That's right, and like you said, today is the Invitational, so we have 8 teams who are going to be battling it out. Typically, Little Squid League is an open invite for teams who are low ink eligible, but might not quite be at that alpha or beta bracket level. But we have 8 teams today who are here to show off what is amazing about Little Squid League as we head into Splatoon 3. So our first matchup is going to be Based Bars versus Sparkling Sea, and a few members of Based Bars, they're actually members of Purdue, so they are former PAL members. And DRF, with PAL being a collegiate associated team and you kind of being in the collegiate scene of Splatoon, how have you seen Based Bars played before?
Yeah, Based Bars, as you mentioned, formerly known as PAL, going through a little bit of a rebrand there. So, you know, they're definitely a very gritty team. They're never going to give up. Like, they're not going to let up anything. They're not going to let anything go easy whatsoever. And they're just honestly a really fun team to watch as well. You know, Koreki is a very flexible slayer. And, you know, it's going to be kind of a mystery to see, you know, what they bring out sometimes. I haven't gotten a chance to see them in Splatoon 3, but I'm excited to see what they got.
That's right, and Based Bars, their first LSL appearance as Based Bars is LSL 20, but they go all the way back to LSL 8 under PAL. In Sparkling Sea, I believe they were on a little bit of a hiatus maybe a few months ago, but their first LSL was LSL 11, and their most recent results, they were the LSL 23 silver bracket winners. And a lot of the teams that we have here kind of make the upper edge of that silver bracket, approaching the gold bracket. None of these teams that we have here have won Little Squid League yet, but I mean, if you can win an invitational against a bunch of LSL veterans, that is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that'll be one that they'll be hanging up banner in the rafters for that. So you know, definitely, at least at a glance, Sparkling Sea has a little bit of an uphill battle going into this invitational, but they can definitely hang with some of these teams, and it's gonna be pretty exciting to see how they square up against Based Bars. Looking into game number 1, Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control.
Yeah, you know, I think of backline Splatlings. You get them in a very comfortable position. It is hard to take them down.
Oh, absolutely. This is where your backlines really do shine, and you kind of just have to build your comp almost around what sort of backlines are available. If you have an E-leader on your team, then you should be able to cover a lot. You kind of get a little bit more flexibility. But if E-leader is not something that your team's going to be able to handle, then you're gonna be in some trouble, because the E-leader definitely does have quite a bit of dominance here.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, with this stage 2 kind of being in Splatoon 2, and people are familiar with this stage, obviously, there's not much you have to learn about Sturgeon. I mean, it's a little different. Checkpoints kind of in different spots too, with a slightly altered tower path too. But it's one of those things where it's hard when you do play a map mode in Splatoon 2 and now you're playing it in Splatoon 3, because you're familiar with it, but you have to make those small adjustments that kind of adapt. But you might not always think of it right away. I know I struggle with that, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely get what you're saying there. You know, it's with Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control, especially in Splatoon 3, it's one of those things that it's familiar but different. And you know, there's still, I think, a fair bit of practice that needs to occur here in order to get familiar with the new aspects of it. So I'm curious to see if the teams put in that time or not to consider those new adjustments that are going to have to be made.
That's right. Remember, since there are 8 teams, we have 4 matches going at the same time. So other matches that are happening are Marine Melody versus Ewfish, Rise and Shine versus Radical Dreamers, Hook, Line, and Sinker versus the Glitter Gel Pens. So to kind of talk about the format a little bit too, there's going to be 3 rounds of this group stage where you play every team in your group, and then all 8 teams are going to be moving on to the top bracket, and they will be seeded accordingly. It will be a single elimination match too.
Perfect. So, yes, and then now getting some of the stats that you're talking about earlier on screen as well. It's always fun to see how long some of these teams have stuck around in Little Squid League. And like Baseballs, as you had mentioned earlier, they started in LSL 8 and last played in LSL 22. So that is quite the span there. True veterans coming from Based Bars. And Sparkling Sea, I mean, they definitely have quite the journey as well through Little Squid League. It's always exciting, and I think these stats are always so nice to see, especially in these invitationals, because we've gotten to know these teams for so long now, and it's nice to take a moment to appreciate the paths and journeys that they have each taken to get to this spot now in this invitational as true veterans.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams too, they have been playing. Well, all 8 of these teams go back to at least LSL 21 as their last result. So I'm just doing a quick count right now. I believe 5 of these teams played in the most previous LSL, which happened right before the end of Splatoon 2's LSL career. And but just Radical Dreamers, their last one was LSL 21, which still wasn't that long ago. So again, it's also a good opportunity, because I know some of these teams have scrimmed each other before, and this kind of puts you in a smaller group of like skill level, opposed to maybe just trying to find a low ink team if you want to scrim, or if you're scrimming and you're pinging a channel. These LSL matchups tend to be very, very competitive.
Yeah, and sometimes they can be underestimated as well. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, this is still competitive Splatoon. It's still gonna have some banger matches. I always enjoy seeing the highlights that get put together from the LSL series, and this is just a fantastic way to be able to get familiar with an opponent, I think, in a more close-knit environment when you do compare it to stuff like low ink, and you're going to ensure that that the teams you will be facing are definitely a little bit closer to that level, and then when low ink comes around, that's your opportunity to really push yourself a little bit. But that's the beauty of Little Squid League, though.
Certainly, and hey, we can't forget the amazing graphics done by Jub too. I mean, the promo video. I know you saw the promo video. Over like 1,000 likes on Twitter. I mean, I didn't think we were gonna gas Jub up this early on the stream, but we gotta do it now. just with everything that they've been doing, and how wonderful everything looks too. And again, finding these 8 teams who are willing to compete on this lovely Saturday is always great too. And I can't think of a better way to kind of showcase and broadcast what LSL is with a new game than having quality teams like this.
Yeah, that is very well put there, Falco. I really love the idea that we are getting an invitational to start out Little Squid League here in Splatoon 3, and it really should give newer teams an opportunity to see what is Little Squid League, and to get to know this organization just a little bit, along with some of these very well-known teams in this section of the competitive community. And these might be your opponents one day if you're planning on signing up for Little Squid League 25 whenever that comes around. So start taking some notes because this very well could be a team that you will see, maybe in the next month or two.
Yeah, certainly. A lot of teams that are, more competitive in low ink and are competitive in the alpha bracket, a lot of them got their start in Little Squid League, and that's really the launching point. I'm thinking of like, Intimidation Factor, for instance. They won LSL. I don't know the number, but it was you know, a little over a year ago, and now they're one of those teams that you see competitive up there. Cake, the most recent LSL winner too, making some good moves in low ink. So, but with that, we're going to get started with our first match of the day and the first match of the Splatoon 3 edition of our first LSL stream. I don't know where I was going with that, but you know.
Let's take a look at these comps here. I do notice that we have a tri-stringer coming out from Koreki on the side of Based Bars, and the classic sloshing machine that everyone continues to say is broken is coming out there as well. I think those are our two most notable weapons coming out from either of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, we do see the tri-stringer as well. In Splash-O-Matic, something that I've been thinking of, man, this is going to be a dangerous weapon in this game pretty early on. And then Hydra, another weapon that we have seen pretty often, more in Splatoon 3 than Splatoon 2. But with that, it looks like Sparkling Sea able to get to the tower a little bit first, but unfortunately not able to get the tower moving as they have 2 players down. Oh, I believe the colors are a little. The colors are swapped.
Yeah,
so
colors are
it's actually Base Bars who made that push and are now at the first checkpoint.
Yes, so Sparkling Sea working through that first checkpoint. They do have that bubbler that is going to be able to protect them for just a little bit, but this clutch crab is going to shut down that bubble, and they protect the first checkpoint. That is a huge stop there for Base Bars.
That is, and I mean, just with 1 minute into you know, having Sparkling Sea just approach their first checkpoint, I would say this is a very defensive game too. But now Base Bar's trying to make a move of their own as they approach the first checkpoint. But not without Typh pushing forward, and 3 players are going to be down already. Talk about the aggression coming from the hero splatter shot to prevent them getting to that checkpoint.
Oh, that was so well executed. Able to assist there in getting that 3 down situation. Typh should have probably just gone down on their own, but now the script has flipped and the Sparkling Sea back in control. They should be able to break through this checkpoint now, especially getting 2 down on the side of Based Bars. Based Bars doesn't really have much to work with here, as we now see the sloshing machine trying to make a move, and this is a very aggressive push now by Sparkling Sea. They're going to break through the second checkpoint possibly as well. The Hydra not moving anytime soon, and there goes the second checkpoint. Can they ride this all the way to a knockout right here? 2 down now on Sparkling Sea, so this push might just about stall, and there is the delayed wipe.
Getting all the way to 9. You know, it really helped with Anon using the sloshing machine pushing up. Once you get your sloshing machine up the wall, they are able to take out almost anybody within their sight and also serve as a distraction. Oh, very good suction bomb placement too there by Typh. But getting to 9 on that kind of aggression push with how defensive it's been, it's looking pretty good for Sparkling Sea. But Base Bar is now doing a good job painting mid and trying to control some of this tower before they take it. Now we do see the 1v1. It looks like the Gal's going to win that one, and Base Bar is going to have a push of their own.
They didn't get to the first checkpoint in their first push, so now they're going to get a crack at it now. But it looks like that they're struggling a little bit to maintain control of the tower, finally working through it. Can they break through? Yes, they will. So now we have a meaningful push coming out from Based Bars, but they have still quite a ways to go. But a beautiful pick of the Hydra, and another pick, and that's going to be 3 down on the side of Sparkling Sea. Based Bars making their move, but they only have 2 members. They need to maintain their lives here and get some jumps in. The second checkpoint is going to fall, but can they take the lead?
With just about a minute and a half left, they need to do everything they possibly can to keep up this aggression, but no. It looks like Sparkling Sea able to come in there. They're just watching out for the splatter shot, who is now going to retreat. So a fantastic push nonetheless, but oh, it was so hard for Base Bars. I don't know if they'll have an opportunity to do that again in this game.
It's definitely going to be tough as that Booyah Bomb takes out a member of Based Bars. And you know, you really can't be at a numbers disadvantage at this stage when the score is what it is. You're gonna have to play really smart here. Your life is your most precious resource, and that's gonna be a trade with the Hydra. And if you're Sparkling Sea, you're okay with any trades that go down right now.
Yeah, when you have the lead, a trade is always going to work out in your favor. Anytime you can just stall the game or do something that's quote unquote neutral, it's going to work out for you, especially now that the tower is back at mid. And if Base Bars wants to get on the tower and potentially win, they will have a long path to go. Fortunately, they don't have any checkpoints, but with these 1v1s that are happening, it's just working out in Sparkling Sea's favor, as Base Bars now going to be getting on the tower. It looks like this will be their last push as players are jumping in, but unfortunately they don't have their full team at the ready to help support, and just with one special ready Crab, it's going to be tricky.
It is, and they have to give up the tower there temporarily, which I think was the right move, but can they get back on in time? It looks like the tower is running away just fast enough that they will not be able to get back on. Sparkling Sea running away with game number 1.
Yeah, we talked about how the neutral game at the beginning was just, it was 1v1 here, 1v1 there. It wasn't until about halfway through the match where Sparkling Sea were able to really make their push. And again, it all just depends on where you can get one specific player. And for this instance, it was the sloshing machine who could go up on the ledge and were able to get picks. They were in a spot where the Hydra's like, hey, this is typically where I am. What are you doing here? And then you kind of catch somebody off guard that way, and you're able to take them down. That's going to help you push the objective.
Yeah, it really is. That Hydra was so integral to Sparkling Sea's victory there. Just able to make some really smart positioning plays. And even when the Hydra started to get a little bit aggressive, they were always able to take down one member of Base Bars with them. So Base Bars, I feel like, never really got their footing, with dealing with this Hydra. And it paid dividends for Sparkling Sea.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, Base Bars are not out of it. Remember, this is a playoff 3 in the group stages, and kind of the good news about this too is every team is going to be making the bracket. So all of the games that you have here are really for experience and a way to seed the teams too. But you really have nothing to lose by barely losing, if that makes sense. It's all a part of a learning experience that could then help you into the top cut later on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is all about this group stage is all about positioning, getting yourself in a ideal spot on the bracket, hopefully to face an opponent that, perhaps will be a little more favorable. So, give yourself the best chance possible when we do get to that bracket stage. But yeah, I guess looking forward now towards game number 2, Eeltail Alley Rainmaker. I think there might have been a few questions earlier this week whether we would have seen this map mode.
So obviously we couldn't play Rainmaker in Anarchy for a while, but I guess we're in. This is maybe a question that I'm just openly asking, but would Rainmaker not appear at all anywhere if that were the case? I'm guessing so, just because people would find a way to cheese the game. But hey, we're happy it's fixed. And I'll admit, I haven't played Rainmaker really at all in the last week because I couldn't play it for a few days. But with teams, still being able to play it in a private battle. They can at least practice it, because I know I, for one, like to practice a lot of maps and modes just in Anarchy Open with my team. But if you're used to having Rainmaker in that rotation, you're like, oh, this is one we want to practice on. Well, you're kind of out of luck there.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit of a tough situation to prep for Rainmaker this week, but thankfully Nintendo actually got that patch turnaround very quickly. So now let us dive into game number 2 on a fixed Rainmaker in Eeltail Alley.
All right, and we do see a little bit of comp changes. We do see the Charger on both sides now. No Hydra anymore. We do see the Squelchers here too on Sparkling Sea, and yeah, a Gal on both sides as well. So I mean, a pretty even matchup. I mean, just looking at the weapons, there's literally one difference, or not one difference. There's like 2 differences on each side.
Yeah, there actually is. Very similar comps here. So we're gonna have to see whose small adjustments here are going to pay out the most. As Sparkling Sea were the ones that did make more drastic adjustments, in my opinion. But early on here, it looks like both teams just struggling to get control of this mid. It is going to be Base Bars that does pick up this Rainmaker first, but they are struggling to even get a few points on the board. And there's Jaden that's going to come from behind and shut down that Rainmaker, but they're not going to be able to get out of there alive. So they do stop the Rainmaker temporarily, but now they put their team at a numbers disadvantage. And now this should be an opportunity for Base Bars to pick this up, push it just a few more points, but it looks like they're going to hesitate for the time being to establish further map control.
Yeah, what was really nice about that Jaden flank is Jaden was allowed, they were able to get behind all the specials that were being used too, not just behind the backline, but behind the crab, behind the killer whale, and able to get those picks one by one and allowing that stall. And it seems to be working out, because I thought Base Bars they were going to push again, but no, it's actually going to be Sparkling Sea who picks it up as they're approaching their first checkpoint. Are they going to make that jump? They are. So they're the first one to break through at 51 remaining, throwing that bubble on the Rainmaker too. So that makes sure Base Bars can't even pick it up. Now Light going to be picking up the Rainmaker, protected by that wall, and now hiding behind the bumper, but going to go down but not without getting the 27 first.
That is an excellent push by Sparkling Sea, and it might not be over yet as two members of Base Bars are down, but Base Bars will get the pop there. So this will make it a little bit more difficult for Sparkling Sea to add more points. And it looks like they will pick this up, but are they in the position to make anything happen? No, they are not. And this will most definitely be the end of that push. A beautiful snipe there from Kareki.
Yeah, we love to see it, getting that stop at 27. And now Base Bars doing what they need to do, which is getting their picks, pushing up towards mid. I see the Chargers eyeing each other. I always love a Charger versus Charger battle.
Absolutely.
Always enjoyable to see. Rainmaker is now going to get reset back to mid. And if you're Base Bars, you're happy that Sparkling Sea didn't push up further than 27, because that could have been pretty dangerous. And now Base Bars able to get two picks. This looks like it's their opportunity to pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and that bomb, though, temporarily splitting the members of Base Bars. They're able to regroup now, and this Inkvac and Crab working in tandem to lead this Rainmaker all the way to the first checkpoint. That is exactly what Base Bars needed at this stage of the game. They're going to try to go for the pop, but no, that's going to be a 3 down for Base Bars, and this push is certainly over.
Yeah, it was a good push, but unfortunately, when you're in the situation, you break the checkpoint, which is great, but man, you want to try and extend it as much as you possibly can. Rainmaker is now going to reset, as we do have the neutral game here. We do see the Killer Whale come up, trying to displace some of these members, but they are really split up right now. Jaden going in once again below, trying to go for that lower flank, hiding under that walkway there, eyeing the Charger, able to get one of them down, and now pushing up, but Jaden is now going to go down as a 2-on-2. Sparkling Sea has a little bit more map control, but they're not really in a good position to pick it up.
Yeah, they just don't quite have the positioning to do so yet, but that is going to be a pick on Base Bars, make that 2. So now Sparkling Sea might actually be able to pick up this Rainmaker and start inching it forward, just trying to put it as far away from their side of the map as possible and force Base Bars to have to go coast to coast here in these closing 30 seconds, but that's going to be a wipeout. So this might actually be even more on top of the 27 remaining that they currently have.
Yeah, and what I like here, Sparkling Sea, rather than going through the grates where you're very vulnerable on the respawn, they opted to push towards this right side, which allows more of their teammates to get in a better position as they get 3 down and the wipeout again. But no, the suction bomb is going to take them out. Can Sparkling Sea pick it up and get that dunk? Yes, they can. Barely cutting it off in time, but Sparkling Sea going to be winning this set 2-0. We still have game 3 to play. Man, it just goes to show the importance of needing to push when you get that wipeout.
Oh, Definitely. They capitalized on that so well. But I gotta give credit to that suction bomb right at the very end that stalled the winning push just ever so slightly. Base bars almost got back in there, were able to shut it down to buy themselves one more push. It would have been a uphill battle of the tournament probably, to have to be able to go from one remaining on your side to a knockout on the other side. A true coast to coast effort would have been needed there, but Sparkling Sea was able to get themselves collected there and secure the knockout.
Yeah, and again, I think it was about taking it to that right side rather than taking it over the grates, where you can regroup, have your teammates build specials. You could take it to the grates. It's just so risky, and you're in a position where, hey, we can be patient. We have the lead. There's under a minute left, so let's play the long game. We don't want to just sprint. We don't need the knockout, but we just want to avoid being knocked out. And by doing that, Sparkling Sea they were able to secure the win with that one. So just to update you guys with other scores that are going on right now. So here's what I love too. Every other set has ended 2-1.
Oh wow.
Even in round one, I'm looking at it now. Hook, Line, and Sinker defeat Glitter Gel Pens 2-1. Radical Dreamers defeat Rise and Shine 2-1, and Marine Melody defeating Ewfish 2-1. So here we know base bars, they're down. They're gonna not win this set, but hoping to get a game off with our last map and mode of this set, Splat Zones on Macomart.
Oh boy, Splat Zones on Mako Mart. What a classic. What a classic that we are getting here in round one, game number 3. So, this is one of those map modes that anything goes. If you're based bars, you've already kind of lost a set, but I feel like even then, you could probably play a little more freely here, and I actually think that there could be a very good recovery effort from based bars to steal away a game and make it 2-1 across the board. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what they come out here for this one.
Yeah, and again, like any of the weapons that they have used in the first 2 games, it's it seems like it would work in this stage. But of course, these are kind of like the comfort picks of, hey, I used this in Splatoon 2, I kind of want to go back, even though your comp may be a little different, your weapons might be a little different. They might end up doing that, but again, kind of like you said, it allows you to be more flexible, kind of the format of this tournament, especially when you know that we're gonna all play each other again. It's just a matter of, okay, do I want to play the strongest person in the pool first? Probably not. So but again, this is just a good way to feel out the other teams too, because you could play a team right now and then play them later in the bracket stage of the game, and you kind of know what to expect from their comp.
That is true. That is true. But now we are diving in to game number 3. Sparkling Sea has already won the set 2-0, but base bars looking to make this one a little more competitive by getting a point on the board in game number 3.
Yeah, so base bars not changing their comp at all. Sparkling Sea going to be adding that Flingza, so we will be seeing missiles on the stage as 2 players are going to go down on base bars rather quickly. Now Sparkling Sea pushing up, trying to paint and take care of this zone. They're going to need to do that right now. Perfect. Okay, 3 players were down as they're able to push up and start this lockout phase.
Yeah, they already got a lot of those necessary kills, but it is going to be a little bit of some trading here, and somehow, someway, Sparkling Sea, despite being very aggressive and being at a numbers disadvantage there for just a moment, managed to flip it around and gain that advantage back. Now pushing below 60 remaining, they should be able to keep this going for at least a little bit more, but it's base bars that are going to be diving onto this zone, trying to neutralize it. And they do have the pressure for it. The Killer Whale actually gonna get a very clutch pick there, and this should allow for a zone flip. But this Hydra is gonna say otherwise and get a beautiful double there. Wow, the Sparkling Sea holds on to the zone.
Oh, it was so iffy at first, but getting that double from the Hydra really saved it. Basebar's now trying to use the Ink Vac to help support. 2 players are going to go down from Sparkling Sea. This is their opportunity to cap, as that is a wipeout. Okay, so now you have 69 penalty points for Sparkling Sea. Basebars are going to need a comeback. It's going to take a while for Sparkling Sea to get through those penalty points if they come back, but if you're Basebars, you don't want to waste any opportunity and give up any part of the zone.
They are going to hold on to this zone like their life depends on it right now, and they have a solid grip. They have the numbers advantage as well, but do they have the paint? The Hydra from far away is just doing such a good job of keeping pressure on this zone, and that Booyah Bomb forcing Basebars to scatter just enough for the rest of the team to come in and cap that zone. A beautiful job there from Malikith, I'm gonna go with. And now it's Sparkling Sea back in control.
Yeah, but look at this. Who was it? That was, I believe, the hero shot from Basebars, who was just hiding behind that wall, waiting for an opportunity to push in. Unfortunately, they had to retreat. And right now, Sparkling Sea, it's looking a little more promising for them. Flings are going to be hopping right into that Trizuka, and now it's just going to be the Splatter Shot who's alive for Basebars, as Sparkling Sea able to get the cap once again, dwindling down at their penalty points. This is going to be tricky for Basebars if they want to try and push in. Unfortunately, none of their players are really in a position to strike just yet. Can they counter it? No, they can't. Sparkling Sea going to be winning this set by winning all 3 of these games.
Wow. Yeah, Sparkling Sea just playing very dominant right now. It takes a couple of pushes for Sparkling Sea to get there, but they've gotten it done each and every game of this set. Basebars though put in quite a bit of effort there, and every single time in this game when they were down, they always managed to put themselves in a position to be at least within striking distance. They weren't able to have that follow-up, unfortunately, but they managed every single time to get themselves in a position to have a chance, really. You know, especially in that game 3 there, I do want to give a shout out to Koreki with that Ink Vac. That Ink Vac was so well played to convert the zone when Sparkling Sea was sitting at 10 points remaining. The patience was perfect enough to just allow them to get a couple of nice picks there, and especially on the Hydra to give themselves an opportunity to flip that zone. But Sparkling Sea just responded back so well every single time.
You know, Ink Vac is one of those specials I've definitely struggled facing and contesting, and you put them in a position where you need to paint this specific part of the zone. Nope, you're just going to Ink Vac it. You're going to make sure that none of their paint really gets on the zone. So like you said, that kind of sealed the deal for Sparkling Sea, as they were able to get that win. But with that, that's going to be the end of round 1. So we do see, yeah, Sparkling Sea winning that set 3-0. Again, matchups that previously happened: Hook, Line, and Sinker 1-2-1 against Glitter Gel Pens, Radical Dreamers 1-2-1 over Rise and Shine, and Marine Melody 1-2-1 over Ewfish. So coming up next, we're going to have Hook, Line, and Sinker versus Radical Dreamers. Hook, Line, and Sinker, I don't know if they have a Twitter page. I tried to look them up, but I couldn't find them. But Radical Dream Instagram, they have an Instagram. Radical Dreamers, I'm very familiar with their team, as they've adopted one of my teammates for this little Squid League Blue. So I swear I'm unbiased. I am unbiased. I promise.
We're gonna have to keep Falco in check here. But you know, that's actually an interesting note, though, that Hook, Line, and Sinker has a team Instagram, which is largely unheard of in the Splatoon community. But I always love seeing teams put themselves out there on various platforms, and Instagram has a lot of untapped potential. So I might have to go take a look over there sometime soon.
Yeah, certainly. In other games that will be happening during this round 2, Glitter Gel Pens versus Rise and Shine, Basebars versus Ewfish, and Sparkling Sea versus Marine Melody. So yeah, I can talk a little bit on behalf of Radical Dreamers. So first Doctor, who is their captain, was a really good blaster player in Splatoon 2, but has kind of adopted more weapons in Splatoon 3, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see them out on the blaster. Nitwit is a wonderful junior and gal player. Gabriel is a fantastic blob player, a weapon you don't really see very often in comp. And then Blue, being their backline, will likely be on Hydra, potentially on Splash-O-Matic. I know that they've been playing that for quite some time too. As we move on and look at the first game, which will be Clay and Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Yeah, I think that Hydra you're mentioning gonna be a very good pick here. The Hydra has so many different spots that they can set themselves up for success to be able to either defend the basket or play a little more aggressively and try to open up windows of opportunity for their team to dive in towards the basket.
Right, and I actually talked to Blue about this. It was right before Low Ink, and he's like, "This is one of my favorite maps to play." just being a Hydra player, so I know he was happy about this one. But hey, Radical Dreamers, they're a team. They actually had a scrim against Sparkling Sea last night, and from when I talked to Blue, it was a very competitive set. So even though these two teams aren't playing each other right now, it just goes to show how close all of these matchups are. And I mean, we saw the only one that didn't end 2-1, and typically in a round one setting, and I know it's brackets and there's not really, it's not like a ladder seeding or anything like that, but I think we will get some very competitive games.
Yeah, I am certainly hopeful of that. Round one certainly was competitive, even though they ended in 2 out of 3 knockouts, I believe. But with Hook, Line, and Sinker and Radical Dreamers, these two teams, have also such a deep history with Little Squid League, and I'm sure with each other as well. And they both were the victors in round one. So both teams currently sitting at 2-1 in their overall games and looking to get the upper hand and position themselves pretty nicely at the #1 spot after this round.
That's right. Hook, Line, and Sinker going all the way back to LSL 9. Radical Dreamers going all the way back to LSL 13. But let's take a look at LSL 24, set number 2 of Hook, Line, and Sinker versus Radical Dreamers.
Taking a look at these comps here, there is that Hydra that we were talking about with Blue, and on the other side here for Hook, Line, and Sinker, we have a Dynamo and some Dapples. The Hook, Line, and Sinker running a very less traditional comp than what we're used to seeing in this early stage of Splatoon 3.
And that's something I always love to see, and it even if things are unconventional, I'm thinking of Ink Sync using K's Dapples in finals and something like that. Like, I always love to see the more unconventional weapons. So we see Doc also playing on the Sploosh, which everybody now seems to be picking up Ultra Stamp for some reason. I have no idea why, but so two painty short range weapons for those two players, but they're able to make quick work of this map. Look how we've got a lot of pink on there already.
Oh, definitely. They are so fast to get Ink down, and with the Junior and Hydra leading the way with those painting efforts, they're definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Hook, Line, and Sinker to establish map control. They're going to have to be smart and get a few picks to give themselves that opportunity to paint more consistently.
Yeah, and we also see that Hook, Line, and Sinker team running a double cooler, so that's especially something you don't see very often in Splatoon, let alone one cooler too, but when you're going to have the Dapples, that's what you'll have. And right now we have a very neutral game, no score quite yet. Hook, Line, and Sinker, they have one player with 7 clams, and they are going to get the power claim, and they're going to be flanking up the side, and are actually going to be able to get that score in. Now, unfortunately, Hook, Line, and Sinker, they're not really in a good position to follow up, but it was more of, hey, I want to be a distraction, and I want you to step away from my teammates so they can potentially push forward.
Yeah, and there's always some risk versus reward there in those opportunities where you can kind of just dive in on the basket, but you're also alone, and is the follow-up there? You know, there's always questions whenever you kind of have a one and done type of push. But so far it seems to be working out for Hook, Line, and Sinker, as they do maintain a fair bit of map control here as well. So Radical Dreamers yet to find themselves in a position to respond yet. So I think, you know, just sort of scaring Radical Dreamers almost into being a little bit more passive and backing up to more protective of that basket should continue to pay dividends here, as Hook, Line, and Sinker continues to be aggressive and just swarming around this center area. Radical Dreamers just not really wanting to break out of their spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something we've seen more in Splatoon 3 in general, is having the more competitive neutral clan blitz games. It's not uncommon that you could go into overtime without a score. Even in a low ink, I believe one of the games completely ended in a tie, and they had to replay that game because it's just nothing that you ever imagined before. But now with this push, Hook, Line, and Sinker trying to push in, Doctor now being aggressive, trying to push up, but going to be taken out by the hero shot. Gabriel up top and mid, but having to retreat just a little bit. And again, if you're Hook, Line, and Sinker, you want to keep up this neutral game, but you have to remember, if Radical Dreamers scores and they just get one follow-up clam, they will have the lead.
Yeah, it's not going to take much, and with a minute and a half remaining though, Hook, Line, and Sinker's one clam push is looking pretty solid, but that's going to be 3 down. Radical Dreamers 16 clams to their name, as they also have 2 power clams to work with as well, and that's going to be a nice double, and this should certainly lead to a push. That's going to be the 3rd down and the 4th down, and now we have Hook, Line, and Sinker staggered, and that's going to be the wipeout as well. This push is live and well, and this is going to just keep on going.
You know, this is exactly what Hook, Line, and Sinker didn't want to see. Doctor getting that power clam in as well. Blue and Witty still alive. Blue, the only one alive, gonna have to retreat, but getting all the way down to 19 on your opening push, even if it's after a minute into the game, that's all you need. Slow and steady at the beginning, then completely unleash when you're ready. That is exactly what Radical Dreamers did.
Wow, what a push from Radical Dreamers. That was just so impressive that they were able to convert on that, and I think Hook, Line, and Sinker might have just gotten a little bit too aggressive there, and they're now starting to get a little bit antsy once again, so starting to up that aggression once more, but that is going to cost them 2 of their teammates. And just look at like what they're trying to make a little bit of hero plays here. It's starting to stagger a little bit. They are going to get an overtime opportunity, but they aren't in the position to make anything happen, and these 15 seconds are going to go quickly.
No, and Blue's doing a really good job painting everywhere from up top. And of course, at this point, you have 2 very painty weapons. You have the Sploosh and you have the Junior, who are going to try and cover all the turf. But now might be the opportunity to at least try and form a power clam. No, it's a little too late for that. Radical Dreamers winning this first game after a very, again, we just saw the head-to-head, the you get a pick, I get a pick. Hook, Line, and Sinker getting that 1 power clam and couldn't follow anything up. And Radical Dreamers just unleashing to get that amazing push, which set them up in a defensive victory too.
Yeah, that really was kind of a tale of 2 halves, it feels like. The first half was such a defensive game. Hook, Line, and Sinker really just put themselves out there. They're like, you know, someone's got to score first. We'll go ahead and do it. And it seemed like their strategy was going to work. They had control in that first half once they got that score in. But Radical Dreamers just was able to flip the script in the second half and utilize their paint a lot more effectively and start to punish the aggression from Hook, Line, and Sinker. And that just set them up so beautifully for that massive push there in the second half. And, you know, the Hook, Line, Sinker just didn't have any time to respond.
Yeah, and it's so hard because you're just caught off guard at that point. You've been playing for 4 minutes when you've had this neutral game of we have 3 players alive, you have 3 players alive, but once you have that wipe and they're throwing power claims and scoring, and you can allow maybe Doc to be in a very hard position and unleash that stamp, and you didn't think that the player would be in this spot, and you're like, where did this hammer come from? That's kind of when things spiral out of control a little bit, and it's hard to regroup at that stage. So it was definitely an uphill climb for Hook, Line, and Sinker at that point, but it's about playing the patient game.
Yes, it certainly is. And they like, the patience definitely pays off. It's always so tempting to just want to dive into things, but you can't. You have to wait for the opponent to make the mistakes. And Radical Dreamers was able to play that type of game very effectively here. But now, as we're kind of looking towards game number 2, Hagglefish Market Tower Control, patience here is definitely going to have to continue being a theme. This tower map is... It's interesting, for lack of a better word. I can't quite tell if I like it or hate it.
Yeah, it's not something I feel like I play very often either. I definitely prefer splat zones on this one. But let's take another look at the comps. We see Doc is going to be switching to the Blaster, and other members of Radical Dreamers staying the same. And we're not going to see a brush on the side of Hook, Line, and Sinker.
Yeah, the brush pick is definitely really interesting, along with the tri-stringer. So Hook, Line, and Sinker didn't like what they had in that first game, and they're really looking to change it up here. With this double killer whale, with the brush and tri-stringer. So I think they're hoping that this will help open the tower path and give themselves an opportunity to make some really deep pushes here, as they are already looking to take down checkpoint 1.
Yeah, and I mean, with Hook, Line, and Sinker kind of changing this pace too, it's looking way better for them. They do have a cooler on the tower, which is going to help anybody who immediately jumps to the tower. They're going to grab a cooler. If they get splatted, guess what? They're respawned a second later, and they're coming back. So a very early 42 push that's going to be working out for Hook, Line, and Sinker, as tower's now going to be going back to neutral. But again, there's 3 checkpoints in this stage instead of 2. So each checkpoint that you get down is more important than the previous one.
Yes, certainly the case. Checkpoint 1 is a very long checkpoint, but it's not in, quite the position that you can easily defend. So the first checkpoint, despite being very lengthy, goes down relatively easily, and it's those second and third checkpoints that are going to absolutely be key. But in order to get yourself in those positions, you need map control, and that is what Hook, Line, and Sinker is trying to do. And take a look at this brush, able to get 2 plus the assist. They're looking for the third. The killer whale going to be coming out to try to find it, but not going to be able to do so. But the pressure is there, as this tower is now marching back to where it had left off. The Hydra trying to stop this tower where it is at, and it looks like it is going to be able to find 3 people there, and that's going to be a massive takedown for Radical Dreamers.
Wow, how did that brush stay alive for so long there? It was incredible. I think they got like 2 or 3 killer whales in that time span, but just to keep up that pressure was absolutely incredible. What's tricky for Radical Dreamers now is they have a little bit less paint, but they still have paint that they can use. But another thing to point out, they have double bubble now, so they can use 1 bubble at a checkpoint, hop off, have their teammate use another bubble as soon as that one's broken, or as soon as the tower is going to be pushing up again. And I think this checkpoint right here is one that you really want to try and nail down, because it could be very tricky. And it looks like that's exactly what Radical Dreamers is doing, as they were able to get some picks. And now Witty trying to push up and throw some bombs up and kind of do what the brush player from Hook, Line, and Sinker was doing before.
Certainly, but with Radical Dreamers having difficulty with this first checkpoint, it seemed like that the tower was just getting away from them earlier, and that's going to be a wipeout as well. Radical Dreamers, I feel like, with a big missed opportunity there. They could have broken through that first checkpoint, but just could not get themselves in the position and to get back on that tower when they had the strong numbers advantage there. So now with a minute and a half remaining, they are going to have to put in quite a bit of work here to reestablish control and get those picks once again. But for now, you're just gonna have to build up some specials. I think that's probably what their best bet is.
Yeah, if they can get blue on that tower with the support of these bubbles at the checkpoint, I think they're going to be set up for success. We see Hookline and Sinker doing a better job at their flanks right now, especially with the brush player. Look at them going all the way around the side, able to take down both Witty and getting that team wipe. So again, right now, this is Hookline and Sinker's game to lose, as they already got past the first long checkpoint. They're going to be getting some of their players on this tower, going to be using the Tacticooler as well, as now Radical Dreamers just scrambling a little bit.
30 seconds to go, and it's Hookline and Sinker's game to lose right now. They are continuing to maintain control of this tower and the numbers advantage, but there goes the blast. They're able to shut down that push on the tower. So with 15 seconds now, it's going to be Radical Dreamers that have to get on this tower and push it halfway across the map to be able to try and take over this lead, and they do have a slight numbers advantage to work with, but do they see the flank? Yes, they do. They're able to take down this flank. Overtime, here we come. This is going to go down to the wire, and the bubble is going to be coming out as well, and there's a couple of trades there. It's blue that's going to be staying on this tower as the last person standing, and there's going to be some pressure from behind, and there's going to be a trade, but the jump is coming in. Will they get there in time? They don't. Wow.
That was so close. Oh, that's such a dangerous position to be in. What really worked out for Radical Dreamers, though, they had a blue on the tower. Right when Witty had the bubble ready, Witty hopped on to use the bubble. Blue went up for the booyah, and this was all in overtime, by the way. So they had no room for error at that point. But then when Blue was all alone, he did a really good job getting one pick, and then I know he saw the player behind, but when you trade in that moment, it's so hard. And then that jump in just came at a split second too late. It was such a good attempt, but with that, Hookline and Sinker getting the win on game 2, that I think the MVP for that one is the brush player, who was just on Flank City, taking out all members of Radical Dreamers.
Absolutely. I mean, that brush was such an excellent pivot for Hookline and Sinker, and just allowed them to play a little bit more freely. I feel they were able to just open up some opportunities, play the aggression that they wanted to on Scorch Gorge, but just weren't able to quite find. I think a combination of just a better map mode and better comp for them just opened this game up so much for them, and Hookline and Sinker were able to run away with it there. I mean, gotta give credit to Blue almost clutched it there for Radical Dreamers. Just a split second difference from possibly an overtime victory. But now we are going to pivot to a very crucial game number 3. This set tied at 1 game apiece, and we will be settling it on Sturgeon Shipyard Rainmaker.
Yeah, this one is a good one. this one is a good one, especially taking it on the left side, which a lot of teams tend to try and do, especially when you have your coordinated group push, or you have the wipeout where it's the quicker route too. I'm glad we're getting a game 3 here on stream. And speaking of game 3, Hookline and Sinker, or that's who we're seeing, Glitter Gel Pens and Rise and Shine, they are in a game 3. They're tied 1-1 right now. Base Bars down 0-1 against Ewfish, and Sparkling Sea down 0-1 against Marine Melody. So I'm just amazed at how close these games are. I know I keep saying it, but I'm not over it,
Gotta give credit to the TOs for that one. It's they know these teams the best, and they know what matchups are going to be as even as possible to create a very competitive tournament that is exciting for you and I to commentate, as well as all of our amazing viewers in chat to sit down and enjoy. And speaking of sit down and enjoy, let's take a look at game number 3. Falco, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, so I see we're going back to the Dynamo on Hook, Line, and Sinker, and it looks like a slight change too for Radical Dreamers, as they are going to be using the Explosher. I believe that is Witty who's on Explosher, or Doc is now on the Splatter Shot. Two players quickly go down 1v1. Very early on. This is where you want to win the 1v1, and that is exactly what Hook, Line, and Sinker did, as they're gonna jump back to this Rainmaker. Joy trying to get this way so members can pick it up because they have the ink vac ready. Look at this, hiding and sharking by the podium already, as they're trying to push up this left side, but you have to avoid Blue. You have to take him out. They are going to be getting the dunk. Two players going to go down. Witty trying to protect up there, but is alone at this point, as they're able to get a really good pick on Supreme, and Witty kind of saving that one, I think, and not letting Hook, Line, and Sinker push and extend that Rainmaker even further.
Wow, I know we're playing Rainmaker, but this feels more like Team Deathmatch, as both of these teams are just getting picks left and right. And I don't think there's been a moment since the opening second where either of these teams have well, I guess all 8 players have been out on the field, as Blue is able to just make a solo push there all the way to the checkpoint. A phenomenal job there from Blue as the backline to just pick up the Rainmaker and just run all the way to that first checkpoint. And now that puts themselves puts Radical Dreamers in a good position to just continue to respond.
Yeah, and when you put yourself in that type of position, sometimes it's not really what you're intending to do, but it's like, hey, this is my make it or break it time, so I'm going to try and do that. So both teams now getting to the checkpoint. Hook, Line, and Sinker having the lead because they got there first. As Hook, Line, and Sinker trying to extend their lead a little bit, and it looks like they are going to do that, pushing it up this right side. We do see the quick respawn from the VAC, as members of Radical Dreamer trying to eye down some of these Hook, Line, and Sinker players, but it's not going to be without Blue throwing a Booyah Bomb and picking up the Rainmaker first as they try and take it this left side. But members of Hook, Line, and Sinker, they see them, and we do see the flank there from the Dapples. Witty's going to be going down. Blue still trying to extend this, but look at this sharking from Hook, Line, and Sinker as they're able to just it looked like just a one-shot and take him down. That was a really good play.
That was very well played indeed. So well positioned there to get the takedown. I was a little bit skeptical if they were going to be able to have that range there to take Blue down with the Rainmaker, but they did so beautifully. And now Radical Dreamers playing a little bit of defense here, trying to get a couple of picks, hopefully open up that left path once again, as that is where this Rainmaker is currently positioned. And if they are able to get a couple of picks, that path should just be wide open, but the Rainmaker will reset for now. That is 2 down on the side of Hook, Line, and Sinker, but now the Hook, Line, Sinker will spawn with gain 2 picks of their own.
I know, it's just so much back and forth. Like, it's to the point where these matches are really unpredictable just because there's so many specials just being thrown. Rainmakers picked up, Rainmakers splatted. But again, if anything happens like this, it's just going to favor Hook, Line, and Sinker. But speaking of which, they're down by 3 players. This is going to be Radical Dreamers' opportunity, as they have just about a minute left. And they have some map control too. Now we're going to see if they want to try and opt to push it on this left side, but it's going to be hard. And look at this push there from the Sploosh, which is the aggression shown, doing everything they possibly can to take down the Rainmaker. So unfortunately, I don't want to say missed opportunity for Radical Dreamers, because that still would have been very hard for them to push up, but a game-saving stop there by Hook, Line, and Sinker.
Yeah, and that's how the Tacticooler is so effective, because they had them 3 down, but the respawn just came in so fast that Radical Dreamers were not able to capitalize whatsoever. And now they find themselves 3 down yet again. Blue, once again, the last person standing. And with 30 seconds remaining, that Rainmaker is going to get shut down in a slightly awkward position. And Hook, Line, and Sinker is actually going to opt to pick up this Rainmaker and retreat. A very risky decision here. But with 15 seconds to go, they just need a fortified defense around that Rainmaker.
Yeah, so now it looks like they opted to bring it back down towards the bottom of their side too, and it okay, now they're gonna bring it back up, but it's hard because Radical Dreamers, they haven't really been flanking that much on this game, so they knew that they could probably get away with it. And again, just a very close pace game. Radical Dreamers, they really only had one opportunity to push the Rainmaker on the side of Hook, Line, and Sinker, and that was at the beginning when they pushed it up towards the left. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to get the win. Hook, Line, and Sinker going to be walking away with this 2-1.
Yeah, an excellent response there after a very catastrophic game number one, where they really had it in the first half, and then the second half things just fell apart. And I think that they made such fantastic adjustments, especially game two, bringing out the brush. I was a little skeptical that the brush didn't come back in game three as well, but it seemed like they were able to pivot back to those game one weapons, and find themselves much better position to play that out and get some nice pushes there.
Yeah, I think the dapples from Hook, Line, and Sinker kind of serve the purpose of the brush in game three of being able to get those flanks, maybe sneaking up and taking out the Rainmaker or taking out any of support weapons that could help paint. So it was, I mean, it worked out for Hook, Line, and Sinker, but yeah, with I was kind of surprised too with the domination of the brush in game two, that they didn't bring it back in game three. But to update you with some other scores that have been happening, Glitter Gel Pens beating Rise and Shine 2-1. Base Bars and Ewfish are tied 1-1, and Marine Melody up 2-0 over Sparkling Sea.
Oh, okay. So still some pretty competitive matches here. At the very least, glad to hear that Base Bars able to pick up their first win of the tournament. So every team now has at least one game, and round two isn't necessarily complete yet. So that's just going to go to show how competitive this tournament will continue to be, as we do have one more round of our group stage before we enter Top Cut.
Yeah, and before we do that, we are going to take a quick break while these other matchups finish up, but we will be back very shortly with more Little Squid League 24.
Welcome back, everybody, to Little Squid League 24, the Invitational. We are back with round 3. I am DRF, joined once again by Falco, and we have one more group stage matchup for you all. Ewfish going to be taking on Sparkling Sea.
Yeah. So Ewfish, this is the first time that we will be seeing them here. And just to kind of go over some of their notes, they were the LSL 23 runner-up overall, which is absolutely incredible. So finishing in the top out of all the teams that have been here. Their first appearance here was at LSL 13, and we had talked about Sparkling Sea. We had seen them on stream before. Lots of good things to say about them, as we saw them 3-0 base bars. But yeah, both of these teams 1-1. So this is the game that you want to end on a win.
Oh, absolutely. As we said with the format, everyone moving on to a bracket, but this is all about positioning. So if you win here, I'm assuming that both these teams, their losses attributed to Marine Melody. So their winner will end up in second place in the group. So you'll most certainly be going up against the loser of Glitter Gel Pens and Radical Dreamers up in Group A. So you have to kind of start taking those things into consideration as you're playing this matchup.
Yeah, and of course, it's all about one game at a time, and having these games as your practice, as your experience is a good way to at least just get your foot wet in the game and get a feel for how some of these players are going to play. We're going to be starting off with Splat Zones on Museum. This one is actually this was in the Anarchy rotation I played this morning, so it's a little fresh in my mind. But yeah, with both of these teams being 1-1 and kind of knowing what to expect already, it's going to be a good matchup.
Oh, I definitely anticipate this one being a fantastic matchup. Especially given how even a lot of these matches have been today. I don't think this will be any exception, especially because both these teams are sitting at 1-1. They're even in the standings. They're either even or very close to even across their total games today as well. This one will be fantastic. Splatzo's Museum de Alfonsino is, I guess, for lack of better comparison here, this feels like Kelpdom Light Edition.
I could see that. There's kind of a lot of, I don't want to say empty space, but a lot of just bonus areas in the map that you might be caught off guard if you see somebody, or it might not be the most intuitive to go there. But hey, let's get this last set started. We have Sparkling Sea versus Ewfish. Let's look at these comps.
Ooh, immediately standing out to me, Yaga with that Explo, a very interesting pick that we don't see a whole lot in this early meta of Splatoon 3. And on the flip side, for Sparkling Sea, the Flingza roller coming out. We haven't seen that from them yet.
Yeah, we haven't, and I like the double slosher pick on Ewfish. You're gonna have to rely on getting those picks. They don't have a ton of paint power on their side, so they need to make sure that they can take care of business. It looks like we do have a DC, so this game will get replayed. Now, fortunately, this is the best part about Splatoon 3.
Yes.
Anybody can just end the game, and you don't have to go through the motions of let's sit, or the worst is claim blitz overtime. You don't have to do anything. But yeah, we'll get that started again once all the players get back in the lobby.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about these comps here, but I agree that double bucket combo with the Explo and the Machine is definitely really interesting. I was not expecting that combination there, and they're gonna have to. It appears that they're really gonna try to utilize those to work with some ledges there if they're able to be a little bit more aggressive. If you can position that Explo right on that center pedestal, when you have that zone control, and then the Machine can go ahead and start to just play around those ledges a little bit more. That's going to be so difficult for Sparkling Sea to have to break back through should Ewfish find themselves in that position to begin with. But as we've seen before, Sparkling Sea can be pretty aggressive as well. So they're gonna probably really just put themselves out there to try to make something happen, and start to push back Ewfish early on. So I feel like both these teams are we're gonna have a head-on collision right in mid at the start.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. And I think there's going to be a lot of trades that happen too. And it's hard when you do have a comp that doesn't have a lot of paint, because then again, you just have to rely on slaying and getting those picks in order to get map advantage too. But with the Explosion being more of the back line, they're gonna have to kind of be the shot caller and are gonna be the less mobile player opposed to the sloshing machine.
All right, here we go. Hopefully for real this time. Game number 1, Splat Zones on Museum de Alfonsino. Both these teams bringing out the same weapons that we just saw earlier as expected. And now here comes that head-on collision as we were anticipating. Both these teams actually playing it a little bit safe, with 2 people on their plats, 2 people at the bottom trying to paint the zone frantically, and this zone is going back and forth. Sparkling Sea able to get first control here. They lose it temporarily, but Ewfish I don't think has the follow-up to try to cap this zone.
Yeah, they're just really not in a good position to do so right now. They're going to have the crab in the back as to try and paint some too, but again, with not having a ton of real estate to begin with, if Sparkling Sea can get that initial paint, which they have been doing, and able to get 1 or 2 picks, they're going to be setting themselves up much better. But Ewfish now trying to push in as they're able to get 3 down, so it looks like they do have an opportunity.
And now they're gonna have to just start getting that Explo onto that center area. It looks like they're gonna try to make that happen, but that is going to be a trade. So now it's gonna be the Gal that's gonna have to push up and hold this center platform. But take a look. I believe that was the splash that was all the way up on the platform of Sparkling Sea, but they were able to shut that one down pretty quickly.
Yeah, and they're keeping up this map control, Sparkling Sea, as they're able to get that pick. Now, they did lose the lead during that push from Ewfish, but again, Sparkling Sea, I think you get your Hydra in a great position, especially by taking out the Explosion and then the sloshing machine. You're going to be set up for success. But now 2 players are going to go down on Sparkling Sea. 3 players are going to go down. Ewfish able to cap with the support of the rain. They're going to be trying to watch these ledges, and man, with the abundance of point sensors in Splatoon 3 compared to Splatoon 2, it makes it that much easier for slaying weapons like this to catch flanks and try and find picks and attack players from all angles.
It certainly does, but now we're seeing that this zone is so neutral, with Sparkling Sea finally able to cap it after sitting in a neutral state for what felt like 30 seconds there, and Sparkling Sea not with a whole lot of penalty to their name at this point, so they should be able to break through this, or at least get very close to it, as we see a 2v2 situation where this zone will be neutral, and Ewfish is actually going to cap the zone themselves. Neither of these teams have extensive penalties. They're constantly working on them, to the point where every time they cap the zone, that penalty is going to be significantly less given with all these trades.
Yeah, I mean, we're more than halfway through the game with the timer, and no team is under 50 as of right now. There's definitely no snowball happening with these teams, as like you said, once the penalty points go away, the other team is going to cap. But now Sparkling Sea, they are able to push it a little more, but once again, that's exactly what we've seen with Ewfish, able to get some good picks. 2v3, again, that's only going to benefit you if you have the zone and are the winning team as that happens. But no, Ewfish able to get a few picks, but not without a few of them going down as well. It's just hard to find positioning for any of these players.
Really is, and it's created for such a fun match so far, as neither of these teams are really in the driver's seat. They're constantly switching gears every few seconds. And now we're back in another 2v2 situation. Once again, just showing how back and forth this is, and even between these two teams. Sparkling Sea able to get out on a penalty once more, and this could be a extensive push, but Ewfish trying to keep this zone neutral, and they really should be trying to, I think they're in a position right now where they could just force the cap if they need to, but they're going to go ahead and let this go back to Sparkling Sea, and they just need the cap now, finally able to do so. And here comes the picks following up, and that's going to be a wipeout. Ewfish is going to be able to make a significant push here.
Yeah, the first wipeout of the game happening just about 4.5 minutes in. And when you're down Ewfish, they know they have to capitalize on this because they haven't had this opportunity yet. And they are doing a good job getting some of these picks, now unleashing their specials, doing everything they possibly can to prevent Sparkling Sea members from getting in. But Ewfish just has one player alive. Sparkling Sea going to need to break into this zone and get this cap. Can they do it? But Ewfish is coming back. No, Sparkling Sea able to save it for just a moment, and Ewfish now will be bringing this game into overtime as it's a 1v1.
It's a 1v1. Whoever wins this 1v1 will probably end up winning this game, and that's Jaden going down. So now it's Ewfish with 15 points of penalty to break through. Their teammates coming back in. Sparkling Sea frantically trying to get back into the zone, but it's going to be too little, too late. That's going to be 2 down. They're trying to neutralize it, but it's not going to be any good. Ewfish with the comeback. What did we just see, Falco?
I don't know. The beginning pace of this game just had the 1v1 pick, the zone swapped over so quickly, but it's all about making it happen in those final moments. That was Ewfish's opportunity to cap the zone. They were able to do it, but that just goes to show how important it is to have control, even if you're not at a player advantage, as long as you have the zone. Because if you have the zone, this is the only mode where this happens. You have the zone and none of your players are alive. You don't have to be on the objective. You don't have to be doing anything, but because it's in your control, you're going to be quickly taking those points down. And you called it. Winning that 1v1 was the most important thing that has happened so far in any of these games that we have seen, DRF.
I can't believe after back and forth for 4 minutes and 55 seconds, a 1v1 is what decided it.
Yeah. I mean, it started with that wipeout. It started with the wipeout that happened and allowed Ewfish to break in there. But, man, it can just spiral and snowball so quickly. And I've seen 1v1s like that happen before, and they always end kind of in that very dramatic fashion of if you win this 1v1, you win the game. And again, you called it. That's exactly what happened.
If that's game 1, I don't even know what to expect from these next 2 maps. Looking at Clamlet's Mahi Mahi Resort.
I love this one so much. This is a hot take. I feel like Mahi in general is a hot take, and I feel like Clams is on the more forgiving end of it.
Yes.
It's not zones. But this one is so fun. And again, if they have the same aggression, if they have the same combative style that they had during the Splatsense game, we are in for a treat, DRF.
I certainly hope so. I'm right there with you. Clamblitz, in my opinion, is the best mode on Mahi Mahi Resort. Mahi in general, not a great map, but Clamblitz, I believe, leverages some of those flaws to make it a pretty fair and fun map for both teams. So I'm excited to see these 2 teams just go head to head once again. The pushes here can be a little bit snowbally, so I think that we will see, possibly a little bit of a higher scoring game early on than we saw in game 1. But it is also not too difficult to defend here either. So it's definitely going to be back and forth. We can anticipate that.
Yeah, and with kind of, there are two ways that you can bring the claims in, as you know, like most stages. It's hard because when you're caught off guard, that's when things are going to happen and things are going to kind of spiral out of control. So let's take a look at these comps from both teams. We are going to see the blaster come out on the side of I believe that's on the side of Sparkling Sea, and then we're ditching the double slosher, and we're going to be using Jet now.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that we are seeing Jet in this tournament. So a pretty interesting pick there indeed, as these two teams are colliding in mid once again, starting off with a little bit of a bloodbath there, as it's Ewfish that's going to gain the early advantage, picking up a power clam there, but it's the Hydra that is just a solo defensive wall on that ramp.
Yeah, you're going to have this Hydra versus Jet battle pretty often, as both weapons able to pretty much reach across the side, the entire stage. And what I like too with the Jet pick is that you have Ink Vac. You can literally suck up from half of this stage, so you can even prevent any teams from pushing into mid. But with that being said, it looks like Sparkling Sea has a slight map advantage, but not without Ewfish trying to counter and contest this. So, you know, not quite a push yet that we thought we were going to see, but now two players going to go down on Ewfish, as Sparkling Sea able to get more map control. Now the Jet Scorcher is just left alone, as Sparkling Sea needing to capitalize on this. They're going to have the Trizuka come up and frontline and get some picks, but Sparkling Sea, a few players down now. I don't know if they'll have an opportunity to score.
It looks like they're going to have to retreat and reassess and hopefully maintain a bit of map control here, as a Machine popping that Booyah Bomb, trying to push back the members of Sparkling Sea even more, and it looks like it is working effectively for the time being, especially with them having two power clams. That's two players where you know where they currently are, but there are a couple of clutch picks there, and now it is going to be Sparkling Sea that flips the script here, able to get the first power clam, and they get the second one right behind it, and there appears to be a third. Can they get that one in as well? Yes, they do, and this is a huge push from Sparkling Sea, all the way to 37 remaining.
You know, the pushes, the special coordination, they had a Booyah Bomb ready to kind of pave the way. Then they had a safe area where they could retreat. The Junior was able to use a bubble that kind of acted as just this safe zone where I can stand here, I can charge my special, I can shoot from here. So a fantastic push from Sparkling Sea. Anytime you get 3 power claims in on one push, that is a job well done.
It absolutely is. And now it's going to be Ewfish that has to figure out a way to replicate the push that they just saw out of Sparkling Sea. They're going to start by getting a pick and pushing that power clam up towards the basket, not gonna be able to get it in there, and the bubble coming out as well, but was not able to be used effectively there. So that is going to be a missed opportunity for Ewfish. They're gonna come up empty on that push, and now they're gonna have to scramble to put together a defensive effort here, as Sparkling Sea is already looking to respond.
Yeah, they are looking to respond and get it in, and it looks like they are. They are going to get one power claim in, but no, it's just going to be the Junior who's alive. They are going to get a few picks along the way, but Light going to need to retreat because they know they don't want Ewfish to be in an opportunity where they can take control of mid and just push up. So Light backing off as much as they can. Again, just kind of anytime you score, this is the best part. Anytime you score, that's an opportunity for the other team not to score. So even if it's not the push that you're trying to get, it's a way that we can take 10, 20 seconds off the clock, and they don't have to worry about that. But with that being said, Ewfish able to score, get a power claim in, going to be trying to use the vac to suck up some of this ink too. They are going to get a few clams in as a follow-up, but now they are going to get that wipeout. So it's going to be really hard for them to come back if they want to try and get this win with about 1 minute remaining.
At the very least, they demonstrated to themselves that they can get this push going. It wasn't a sustained push, but they were finally able to break through, and you know, sometimes that can really do something for your confidence that, hey, you know, we did it once, we can totally do this again. And now it, you know, it shortens the gap just a little bit and makes this a little bit more of a digestible deficit that you have to climb out of. Now they're gonna have to convert on the defensive end though, able to find 3 picks there. That is a huge stop for Ewfish at this stage, and now they're picking up up the clams as frantically as possible. And we actually have a disconnect on the side of Ewfish, but it's going to be way too late into the match. So now they're going to have to try to climb out of this deficit with a permanent numbers deficit.
Yeah, that's got to be real tricky, and we see Sparkling Sea able to push up forward. There is a power clam at the ready for Ewfish, 2 power clams, but like you said, you're Sparkling Sea, you know you have the player advantage. You can be a little more bold in this situation, but unfortunately, there's really nothing you can do at this point other than Ewfish trying to their best to put it in. And hey, we've seen wins on DCs before. We have one player who's going to be down now on Sparkling Sea, but they're not really in a good position with the amount of time that's left, even if they were to get some of these picks.
Yeah, that disconnect just so unfortunately timed. Ewfish really gearing themselves up to make one last effort there, but they're not even going to get that opportunity. So Sparkling Sea running away here with game number 2, and we are once again headed to a game 3 with a tied set.
Yeah, and it still would have been hard for Ewfish without the DC. When you're down by that many, they did have 2 power claims to work with, but that alone wouldn't have given them the win. So again, you're already in an uphill battle, but if you're going to make it even harder, it's just very difficult to pull anything out. And Sparkling Sea, they could have played more aggressive. The safe bet is to play exactly how you have been playing that entire game, because you already have the lead. It kind of worked. But I do like the junior being a little more aggressive at that moment, and that's exactly what Sparkling Sea and Light did for their team. But yeah, like you said, we are now tied 1-1 as we move on to a game 3 here in the final game of the group stages.
Yeah, it's once again going to be on Mako Mart. So we saw this one in round 1. It was splat zones, but now we're going to tower control, which I think is just as good of a map mode combo. I'm trying to think of what sort of adjustments these teams could be making here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the jet come back, because I feel like the tower can position itself in a few places where that ink vac could just be so effective in neutralizing the enemy when they're holding the position on plots to try to take over the tower. So I would love to definitely see that jet squelcher come back.
Yeah, I agree, and especially because it's something that it's not a weapon that we have seen, and it's hard when you have a very long range weapon that also has a special that might be catered to short range like that. But it's a weapon I like to see, and it definitely favored itself in Mahi just because, again, that stage is so short compared to any of these other stages in the game. But if you can get your Jet Squelcher on maybe on your left stack and able to get people who are falling from from the ledges, or even better, if you can get on right stack and able to camp some areas, you're gonna be setting yourself up for success.
Yes, definitely agree with that sentiment. But both of these teams, I'm hoping that the DC is working out right now, because it is taking a little bit of time for Ewfish to sort that out, it appears. So hopefully that's a one and done issue. And they can give themselves a good chance here to take this set, because even though everyone's moving on to that bracket stage, being in that second seed from your group is going to feel a lot better than being in that third seed and feeling like you were just short a couple of times, and now your confidence could be a little bit shaken as well. Get yourself in the best position possible.
Absolutely, and we do have a score update. The other games from this round have finished. So Rise and Shine getting a 2-1 win over Hook, Line, and Sinker. Hook, Line, and Sinker, they were 2-0. Rise and Shine was 0-2, so that is an upset here. Radical Dreamers getting the 2-1 win over Glitter Gel Pens. Marine Melody getting the 3-0 win over Based Bars. So we don't know the seeding. That's not our job, DRF. that's the TO's job. But
that is certainly true. Thank you, TOs.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, looking at these teams, Marine Melody, a team we haven't seen play here at the group stage yet, but they seem very dominant in their group stages. And then Radical Dreamers ending 2-1, Hook, Line, and Sinker ending 2-1, Glitter Gel Pens ending 1-2, Rise and Shine ending 1-2. So, you know, again, here at this stage, the winner of this set will end 2-1, the loser will end 1-2. And again, none of these teams are going to be eliminated from the bracket stage. It just all is how the seeding is going to work. All 8 of these teams are going to be moving on to the, we call it the gold bracket. And it's going to be a single elimination, best of 5 for the first 2 rounds, best of 7 for the others. But hey, let's start with game 3 of what needs to happen before we talk about the bracket. Let's hop right in.
Taking a look at these comps, there is that Jet Squelcher coming back, as I had mentioned. But for the most part, it seems like these comps are staying relatively the same for the most part.
Yeah, you know, again, with how close some of those games were, you don't really want to change anything, especially this late in the stage. You know, it could even be a thing where it's like, oh, all the other teams are watching. Let's save our secret weapons for the the bracket stage of the game. So at least that's what I do. But Ewfish now, they're able to get on the tower for a little bit. They're going to have to retreat. You know, this killer whale kind of just is a deterrent of... I don't need to splat you, but I need to move you, and it kind of acts as a mini point sensor that can do damage as well. But right now, Sparkling Sea able to get to that first checkpoint as 2 players are going to be down on Ewfish. Sparkling Sea quickly getting past it too, and I'd say some of these Sparkling Sea members, they're in a good position to catch some of these Ewfish who are dropping down.
Yeah, they are. There's not a whole lot of paint on their to work with as they're making this push, but they are still making it happen. And that push is going to stall at 47 points remaining. A phenomenal push for a minute 20 into this game, and that's going to put them in a prime position for the rest of this game, where now Ewfish is going to have to sort of start pushing back. And you know, if you're Ewfish, it's gonna feel like you're pushing back for 3.5 minutes if you're not able to respond quickly with a push of your own.
Yeah, that's really the hard part, especially when you're down and that time just moves so much more slowly. But Ewfish now, they're able to get on the tower. They didn't have a player advantage, but they don't get through they don't get through the checkpoint. I thought they were very close, but right now, Sparkling Sea and Ewfish, just all the 1v1s that happen, we see them go down 1 by 1, and now 3 players are going to be down on Sparkling Sea. So this is where Ewfish needs to capitalize. They really need to get past this checkpoint. That's going to be a nice splat on Malkith, the Hydra player, as Ewfish able to get past that first checkpoint finally.
Yeah, and you know, that pick on the Hydra was just so crucial, and this is now going to give them an opportunity to extend this push. But it looks like the Gal was able to actually cause enough trouble there that Ewfish had to completely retreat now, and this tower is back to neutral.
Yeah, tower's back to neutral with just about under halfway through remaining in time. So not a very dominant lead by Sparkling Sea. Both of these teams got past their first checkpoint, which is, in my opinion, more important than the score, because it's much easier to just take down points that way. But Ewfish trying to extend their push just a little bit, not able to do it. And unfortunately, with some of these players that are going down, it's going to make it that much more difficult for them. Sparkling Sea, if they can just keep up this this agenda of catching all flanks as possible and trying to just keep paint scattered on the map, it's going to suit well for them.
Yeah, it certainly should. And with 2 members down on the side of Sparkling Sea, another pick coming from that Booyah Bomb. Ewfish has found themselves in this position time and time again, but they haven't been able to break beyond that first checkpoint and close this gap. But now is the time that this will come together. The Hydra a little bit out of reach now, making a fantastic adjustment there to put themselves in a better position to fight against this push. But there is the lead exchange as Ewfish now pushing to 42 remaining, approaching that second checkpoint. Not going to get there, but they were able to get the lead back, and with a minute remaining, that is the key thing that you're looking for.
Oh yeah, you need to do everything possible to take the lead when you're in that type of situation. You need all hands on deck on the tower. You can feed the tower. That's okay. You need to do anything you can to take the lead. And now Sparkling Sea looking to do a push of their own as they are trying to get somewhere, but no, that's actually going to be a wipeout, so that is huge for Ewfish. Ewfish right now needs to paint a little bit at mid, just control the tower. You don't have to be on the tower, just make sure that you are able to spot every single member of Sparkling Sea, win your 1v1s, and you'll be set up for success.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to put something together though very quickly here, as time is not on their side, and neither is the numbers. Ewfish with a 3 down there. They're gonna hold on to this tower, and I don't think there's enough time for Sparkling Sea to get back on. But Jaden's gonna make one last effort there. The Booyah Bomb will shut it down, and Ewfish will win game 3 and the set.
Ewfish moving on to 2-1, Sparkling Sea at 1-2. Again, these two teams are not out of it. They will both be playing in the gold bracket that will be coming up momentarily. But that was the back and forth game that we kind of had during game 1 of Museum in the earlier stages. You know, we kind of brought it back to this one. I think the Clams game was kind of the exception, but Ewfish able to bring it back and keep their getting a Sparkling Sea sandwich here as they win the first and the last game to have a winning record at the end of the bracket stages.
Yeah, and you know that's going to be very, very nice to have that knowledge, and you know that you're able to back up your performance going into bracket. So you know, good job on Ewfish for getting themselves in this position. So we'll have to take a look to see what that bracket's going to look like. But one thing that I do want to shout out real quick here is that of all 12 games that happened in this group stage, 9 of them were 2-1. 9 out of 12 were 2-1. That's incredible.
75% of our games ended 2-1. Where else are you gonna find that in any in any tournament like this? That is absolutely incredible. But hey, I can't wait to see what's gonna happen in this top cut, because this is where it's the do or die time. It's gonna be single elimination. So things are gonna get interesting here, DRF.
Oh, it certainly will. Now all the stakes are on the table, and you know it's win or go home. So we're gonna have to see who will come out on top as the Little Squid League Invitational 3 champions. Stick with us. We're gonna take a short break as the bracket gets seeded. You will certainly not want to miss this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Little Squid League 24 Invitational. I'm Falcoflyer, joined here by DRF, and we are now entering the bracket stage of the tournament. So earlier today, we saw 8 teams battle it out in a group stage, and now the top, or all 8 of these teams are going to be fighting in a single elimination best of 5 and best of 7 set. So first, we are going to be seeing Ewfish versus Glitter Gel Pens. And this will be Glitter Gel Pen's first time that we've seen them on this tournament. They first played in LSL 20, so they're one of the later entrants of these teams in the Invitational. But their last result, they got 3rd in the silver bracket of LSL 23.
Oh, wow. So very quick growth there from Glitter Gel Pens. Yeah, because I was going to say that I believe they're the team that I would be least familiar with here, but it's just because they're so recent and the growth that they've already experienced to get themselves invited to this tournament is outstanding. You don't quite see that in many teams, really. So it'll be pretty exciting to see them take on all of these brand name teams that have had so long to establish themselves, and they're taking on a pretty worthy opponent in the first round of bracket with Ewfish.
Yeah, these are the 4 and 5 seed teams. If the seeds, if they mean anything to you, again, we've talked about how competitive these seeds were, and we can read off the other matchups too that are happening. So Hooked, Line, and Sinker, they're facing Base Bars first. Marine Melody, the only team to go 3-0 in their group stages, they're going to be facing Rise and Shine first, and then Radical Dreamers versus Sparkling Sea is also happening. But yeah, so the winner of this set will face the winner of Hook, Line, and Sinker versus Base Bars. But now remember, this is a best of 5 rather than a play all 3. So different things here at stake. The gloves are off. These two teams are ready to go at it.
Yeah, they better be. This is, where you need to start playing a lot more clutch. There's mistakes that are going to be more costly, and you really need to know when to capitalize on your opponent's missteps. And any little thing here is going to matter a lot more than it did in the group stage. But I mean, even in the group stage, we had some fantastic matches, especially with Ewfish that we had just been watching as well. So now that they've had a little bit of taste of their own groups, they're going to be facing teams that they haven't had the opportunity to yet in this tournament, but teams that they're probably familiar with nonetheless.
Yeah, so the way the group stages, or the way the seeding works too, is you're always going to be playing somebody from the other group first, and it's going to be, if you were the 3 seed, you're playing the other group's 2 seed. So even though all the teams who you have faced have also faced each other, this is where it gets interesting, because this is where we finally move to a different group, and you have an opportunity to face them. But like you said, with these teams who have kind of all been at least at the similar skill level, have seen each other in these LSL tournaments before, they're very familiar with each other and ready to go at it,
Yeah, and I know that some of these teams are good friends with each other as well, so makes for some nice friendly competition. And who doesn't want to have those bragging rights? Being the Little Squid League Invitational champions, the first LSL winners of Splatoon 3. I would put that on my Sendu profile.
Oh, certainly. Certainly. And here we're going to be getting we're going to be seeing Wahoo zones for the first time in our top cut. So one of the smaller zones in the game can pretty much be capped by a Booyah Bomb. So there's going to be a lot of maybe some last minute pushes on this stage, and players trying to get the win that way.
Yeah, and this can be a very lockout heavy map as well. If you can cap the zone and start to camp those ledges, it can become very, very difficult to break out and to get yourself back in a position to where you can cap the zone. So definitely be on the lookout for that. If we get a 3-down situation, all hell is going to break loose.
Yeah, it can be so hard. I mean, especially because when you're able to push up, you know that a player has to drop from a ledge or come around that left side. So you are there, you are prepared, you are ready to help with that lockout. Like that's exactly right. And you know, with kind of this too, we don't have counter picks at this stage of the game, but having a best of 5, it's a different mentality too. You know, you don't need to win your first game, you don't need to win your second game, but you better hope you win the others too if we want to go all the way, if you want to try and win the set. So it's just a little different play style, but the pressure's up a little bit.
Yes, you know, pressure is way up as this is single elimination. Like, you drop 3 games, you're out. If in the group stage, I think almost every team except for perhaps Marine Melody dropped 3 games. So now all those losses are going to hurt just a little bit more. And you know, you're going to have to be very smart about how you play. You can't play as aggressive as, you know, some of these teams had been playing in the group stage. And since everyone from group stage made onto bracket, you could almost consider that group stage to be a little bit of a warm-up. You know, you got to feel out some of your opposition. You might get to play them later on in the bracket if you get there. But this is when the tournament really starts.
Yeah, and again, it's great that you have that practice ahead of time to test your comps. Again, like some maps and modes, they will be returning, like actually Game 2, Tower Control Hagglefish, we did see that earlier, I believe, during the second round. So those are things to watch out for. But let's get started with the first game of the bracket phase of this tournament. Again, we have Ewfish versus Glitter Gel Pens.
And taking a look at these compositions here, we are seeing the double bucket coming back from Ewfish, along with that Flingza to produce everyone's favorite missiles. And there's actually a Flingza on the other side as well. So this will be a very fun missiles happy game.
And Junior, literally the only difference in this game is the machine and brush.
Yes, yeah, actually.
These are going to be mirror games of each other. Something we haven't really seen much today is the Zipcaster, especially with Octobrush being used. But you know, this can be a situation where if you have a backline who's up on a ledge, you are able to Zipcast up that way to splat them. So this could be a very good pick for them.
Oh yeah, I love the choice of the brush with the Zipcaster here, because especially if you're able to get behind enemy lines and you could start to sandwich the opposition if your teammates are able to coordinate that with you. And I'm excited to see if that comes out here. Early on in this game though, 1 minute in, and we already have some back and forth between these two teams, as Ewfish in control of the zone is going to get control of the lead now, as this Explosh trying to pick off this player that's hanging right underneath the carousel, and with a member down on the side of Ewfish, Glitter Gel Pen should be able to get back control of this zone.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, especially looking at that 1v1 of the Exposure in the brush. But like you said, with that, Glitter Gel Pen's able to get the zone dwindling away at their penalty points, and they now have it. Do they have enough space that they can take the lead? It doesn't look like it, especially with those missiles coming in, and now we see a few players who are going to go down. So a pretty good save there for Ewfish, but again, with how small this zone is, it's so easy to contest and just throw a bomb on there, splat half of it, and then walk away and just hope for the best.
Walk away, big explosion behind you, just like the boss that both of these teams are. But this zone is still very tightly contested. You know, both teams trying to chuck bombs at it. The Explosion doing a fantastic job on either side as well, trying to just get some paint down. But a bomb, once again, is going to be what causes a team to sort of fall apart here, and that's going to be Glitter Gel Pen that are now on the back foot. And there is a little bit of a shark situation on the carousel, but it looks like that Ewfish was able to kind of sniff that one out, and now this zone will go back to neutral. But Ewfish is in a pretty strong position here to put some major points on the board. Finally, the neutral and the pick should flip this zone back into favor of Glitter Gel Pens, but Ewfish was able to put substantial points on the board.
Yeah, they really did. And I mean, getting all the way down to 33, especially at this pace of how these two teams have been playing, is really going to help them. And now Glitter Gel Pens having control of the zone, having a slight player advantage too. They're going to want to try and push up. But we do see the Explosher standing there in the back from Ewfish, who is just trying to push down and paint, as it looks like they are going to try and push in with the support of the Rain as well. And then a little bit of a flank with the Junior with the bubble too, but not without Glitter Gel Pens taking taking the lead there, getting down to 29. So that's going to be it's going to be something that they want to work with at this point. But Ewfish now able to keep up the aggression, keep up the pressure too, as they try to find a way to break back in.
Yeah, and having that 2 down situation for Glitter Pens is going to put Ewfish at a massive advantage now. Here comes the Brush trying to make a play in the zone, but I don't think they're quite in the best position there to make that happen. They do get shut down, and now it should be Ewfish that is able to ride out this push, barring a last-second effort from Glitter Gel Pens. I think it's going to be coming too little too late here. A little bit of sandwiching here, and that's going to be able to stall the zone temporarily. 2 members down on the side of Glitter Gel Pens. They are frantically trying to paint this zone. The Explosion, the Octobrush trying to make it happen, but no, it is not going to be enough. Ewfish survives game number 1.
Oh man. The ending part of that, you're doing everything you can, and that's where it's hard to decide, okay, am I going to splat my opponent or am I going to paint the zone? It's the split-second decisions that you have to make in that situation, and it helps when your opponent is standing in the zone and you can just kind of do that. But with the support of specials coming in, with the Rain, with any other obstacle, you need to have all hands on deck to get that knockout. That is what Ewfish did. If this game could have easily flipped over to Gel Pen's favor if Ewfish weren't able to keep that capped. What a good win for Ewfish.
Yeah, and that's going to set the tone for this set. It was back and forth early on as we expected between these two teams, but that 2 picks from Ewfish opened up the floodgates, and they were able to up the aggression, start playing up a little bit more, and the Glitter Gel Pens were trying to utilize the bubble. There are a couple of specials there, but it just all seemed a little bit ill-timed, and they just didn't quite have the numbers. Ewfish was way too overwhelming for them to get back in there. Then they gave themselves a chance. They had the neutral with 1 point remaining, but unfortunately, you can't outpaint in a 2v4 situation, even with the Octobrush and Explo.
Yeah, and another thing to point out, and I completely forgot about this, but just the power of the Rain on this stage of Wahoo World, where I feel like the cloud perfectly covers the zone. So just any additional, I would say like any additional area that it can cover is definitely going to help you, especially on a smaller zone like Wahoo World. So with the help of the Rain, that absolutely helped Ewfish get the win.
It certainly did. That is an excellent point there, Falco. And we're gonna start to pivot though to game number 2 with Hagglefish Market Tower Control. As you had mentioned earlier, Falco, this is one that we did see, and it's you know, I still don't know whether I like it or hate it, you know, even a couple hours later after watching it. I don't know, it's a very like weird map mode, and I just can't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah, what's really hard is the checkpoints at this specific stage. I think checkpoint 2 in particular, where it's like right below kind of that like tent gazebo looking area, and if you have pretty much any sniping weapon, any backline, they're just going to shred you to pieces if you're not prepared for it. So it's an interesting path, but I think the tricky part on this stage is where the checkpoints are, and it favors maybe a defensive map, but if you have players who are flanking and able to take out the backlines, it's going to make it that much easier for them. So we'll see what happens.
And we'll have to see what adjustments are made here, because I don't know if Explo is going to be the call here for either team with their respective backlines. And no Explos to be seen here. In fact, a little bit of a shakeup on both ends now.
Yeah, certainly. We have the blaster coming out, Yaga using that from Ewfish. We have a V-Pro, which weapon we really haven't seen much. I don't even know if at all today. Then the Charger from Glitter Gel Pens, and then the Jet Squelcher on Ewfish.
Yeah, real some wow, drastic adjustments really, and I think that is pretty well justified here, as Hagglefish is such a drastically different map from Wahoo World, and even just within the mode itself, it's you don't need to be as paint heavy this time. But there is so much map here that you need to control in order to get that tower moving.
Yeah, there really is, and there's a lot of places to hide too when you're on defense. Just kind of a lot of obstacles you can kind of hide behind. But with that wipeout, look at that, seemingly coming out of nowhere for Glitter Gel Pens. And again, okay, it's this first checkpoint that's the tricky one. I misspoke before I said the second one. They got past that pretty quickly, and I would hope so with having the wipeout. But that's the one where you're going to struggle the most, and of course, where the second checkpoint is too is just nearly as hard. But very good job for Glitter Gel Pens making quick work of that, getting all the way to the second checkpoint, 41.
Yeah, and when we saw this earlier today, 41, that is a possible winning push. And if they're able to hold this for 3.5 minutes, I think that's very doable actually. But Ewfish is going to start their first push of the game, so we'll have to see if Glitter Gel Pens is able to respond.
That's right, and 2 players are now going to be down on Ewfish, as Glitter Gel Pens able to keep up this pressure too. But one of their players are going to go down. They don't have a ton of map control right now, but they do have quite a bit of paint that's just kind of scattered in random places that might make flanks a little easier. But Ewfish now trying to make a push of their own, as 2 players are going to go down, 3 players down now on Ewfish. Though a good save there by Glitter Gel Pens, as Ewfish got to that first checkpoint. So if they are able to keep up the pace of the same play for the next 2.5 minutes, they should be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, they certainly should be, and they have a couple specials online as well, so it is going to be very difficult for Ewfish to get themselves in a position here for the next little bit. They're gonna have to live through all these specials, and there's the Trizuka able to pick off one member of Ewfish, and that's gonna be Pink hopping on the tower as Ewfish begins their retreat. They have a couple specials of their own, but the ink vac coming out right in time to neutralize those specials. And this tower is just moving on forward, as Yellow's going to try to get a couple more points on the board, and that's going to be a delayed wipe.
Yeah, so just keeping up the pressure there for Glitter Gel Pens is really what they need, especially this late in the game too. As far as if you push the tower that far, it's going to make it that much harder for Ewfish to try and respawn. So all the pressure that they put on is definitely going to help them and favor them too. And now we see Ewfish approaching that first checkpoint once again with the support of the Ink Vac. The Blaster's trying to splat everybody who's coming down from every ledge. Ewfish now able to get past that first checkpoint and able to get some picks, but now they're going to be 2 players down. A few of them players are going to have to start retreating. That's going to be a nice, maybe triple. Don't know about that.
No way. Oh, wow. I thought that Jet was actually going to get away with it. What footwork there to somehow stay alive just long enough to get yourself in a position to secure at the very least a trade. And that bought your team enough time to get themselves back in the game and in valuable positions. So huge credit there to the Jet Squelcher.
If I'm a Jet Squelcher in that position, I'm losing that 1v1 9 out of 10 times. I mean, that was really crazy. So now Glitter Gel Pens trying to keep up a little more pressure, but with the double special usage from Ewfish, it's going to make it a little trickier. 2 players are now down on Glitter Gel Pens. Ewfish back on the tower, approaching that first checkpoint once again, and they need to get past this checkpoint. They've gotten to it a few times, but not able to get past it. And with that Ink Vac exactly where it is, it's going to be so hard to do anything at that point. You got to wait until they're down, and 3 players down now on Ewfish. That is going to be a wipe, so that is huge for Glitter Gel Pens at that moment.
That is huge indeed, and they're gonna go ahead and just stay on this tower. Closing seconds. Ewfish gonna have to make a massive play here, but it's not going to be enough time for them to do so. So Glitter Gel Pens will be evening this set up at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, they had control for most of the game, if not all of the game. They were the first one to make a good push and to kind of breeze past that first checkpoint, get to the second checkpoint, and you know, they didn't really have much success beyond that point. But as long as you keep up that pressure and you just avoid the enemy team getting to their first checkpoint, that's all you really need to do in this game.
Yeah, you know, I think I definitely agree with that. And you know, it's going to be really interesting now as they look towards the next game, Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. We've seen glimpses of what these two teams do well in those first 2 games. Both games had some back and forth. Glitter Gel Pens in that game 2 were able to put together an excellent defensive stop time and time again. And with Rainmaker, you're gonna have to be able to do that. You know, I think which Rainmaker's gonna compare a little bit closer to tower control in that regard. Whereas for Ewfish, they definitely have some great killing power, and they're able to capitalize on number advantages that you really need to replicate that here on Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard as well, especially with this map requiring a little bit of a creative pushes sometimes. So I'm going to be interested to see which one of those wins out here.
Yeah, and again, Rainmaker on Sturgeon is, you know, one we had seen before. Believe with Ewfish too. So more familiar. So well, they both played it, but that we have seen from Ewfish. And you know what's interesting too is game 1, it seemed like Ewfish was just in control the whole time. Game 2, Glitter Gel Pens, they were in control the whole time. So it's hard to imagine what's going to happen at this stage, but they with how close and competitive these teams are. I like the weapon picks from all weapons, or from all teams that we have seen so far. Especially now that we have seen Jet Squelcher again, I think that's very viable on this one. If you're trying to contest the Rainmaker with an ink vac and just sucking up all the paint that that is aimed towards the barrier, so they can't pop it. Just a lot of variables go into play.
Oh, certainly. And, you know, the backline pivots have just been integral for, I feel like, most of these teams, to be honest, in this tournament so far. We've seen a lot of just very flexible backlines that are able to pick up numerous weapons here. And actually taking a look here, Ewfish is dropping the backline altogether, whereas we see a double splatter shot on the side of Glitter Gel Pens accompanying that Hydra.
Yeah, you know, with how good the Trizuka is, I'm not surprised. It's a weapon I didn't think people were really going to be hopping on board with, and it's a splatter shot, you can't go wrong with it, but just how strong and how fast that special fires, and kind of the blast radius, damage radius of the weapon. Very viable, especially on Rainmaker, where you can maybe get that pop or that team wipe with that kind of loadout. But having the Booyah Bomb and the Zip Caster to support is it might favor Glitter Gel Pens.
And Trizuka's coming out from both sides there, and this is just all sorts of chaotic fun. As now it's going to be Ewfish that picks up the Rainmaker for their first time, and they're going to try to make the jump, but they're going to miss it. They do get the lead though, but obviously 80 to 85 remaining doesn't mean a whole lot on Sturgeon Shipyard, let alone Rainmaker. And this is just continues to be a relatively neutral game, but Glitter Gel Pens, 3 specials online that can cause a lot of havoc for Ewfish.
Yeah, it really can. They need to focus on getting the wipe, and then finding a way that they can then push this Rainmaker. So Glitter Gel Pen's going to be popping the Rainmaker, going to be using a Booyah Bomb as well to try and displace some of these Ewfish members. But the picks aren't really going for them. We do see one flank from behind there, and it looks like that was one of the splatter shots on Glitter Gel Pens. But now Ewfish making kind of a comeback of their own, at least back to mid. Glitter Gel Pens had control of mid almost the entire time. But with neither team pushing past 82 minutes into this game, this is a very, very defensive match.
It certainly is, you know, and I would say that 80-85 was certainly not going to stand, but it's standing a lot longer than I think either you or I have anticipated at this point. And now with a pick there on that machine, this could be a window of opportunity, but it looks like Glitter Gel Pens is waiting for that second pick to come through as well. And there might actually be, I know there's one player on the side of Glitter Gel Pens that's, yep, there we go.
Yeah,
Yep.
There's the lobby. Everybody. You know, it's interesting because in this game you rarely have one person who DCs. It's like the lobby just gets destroyed somehow and everybody DCs kind of like one by one by one by one. And it's unfortunate because we were literally halfway into that game. You know, it's not something that happened in the first 30 seconds where it's an obvious replay, or something that is in the last 30 seconds where, you know, like the game is probably gonna carry on or like you know, I don't really know how they would handle it, but with it being a lobby DC, you can't really, a lobby DC halfway into the game, you can't dispute that that's going to be a replay. It's got to be a replay.
It has to be. I mean, Glitter Gel Pens was in the middle of a push there, but at point, you know, it was basically 80-85 remaining. So I think even though we were like halfway through the game, it was almost like we were towards the start of the game. It was a really close, low score. So we'll have to wait for the TO's official word on that. But I don't think that there's any other call but a replay here. Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to make that happen. But I don't know. The thing is, with this match, we saw very slow starts from both of these teams, and I'd assume they'd have to keep the same weapon. Now that you have that practice to kind of see how the other team is going to play, and it's not just like the 30 seconds, it's more than, okay, I saw your comp, how am I going to adapt? It's, okay, I saw your comp and I saw how you play. So I wouldn't say any team has a clear advantage based on this replay over another. It's not like the score was very different. I mean, we had 85-80 after 2 minutes in. That's something that's like unheard of in Rainmaker.
It really is. Like, you don't get low-scoring Rainmaker games like that, but I have noticed that in Splatoon 3 that has become slightly more common. So, you know, it could just be a product of how this game paces differently, especially with the checkpoints implemented. But I mean, the checkpoints really didn't play too big of a role at that stage so far either. So definitely really interesting one to kind of see here. And I'm curious to see if we're going to get a replication of that on the replay, or if one of these teams is going to find a window to just burst through and take a commanding lead early on. Like, are we going to get a completely different game, or is it going to be a little bit more of that same back and forth that we're seeing?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, especially with both of these teams winning a game. It makes it that much more even. But let's take a moment and check at the scores that are happening with the other games. So right now, Based Bars, they're up 2-0 over Hooked Line and Sinker. Yeah, I know. Marine Melody up 2-1 over Rise and Shine. Rise and Shine actually won game 1 of that set, so giving, I would say, Marine Melody their first game loss, but Ewfish actually got a win off of them in game 1, or in round 1. And Radical Dreamers up 2-1 over Sparkling Sea. So even though we swapped who's playing who, it's still just as competitive, DRF.
It is, and actually, upon a quick refresh here, Based Bars has completed the sweep against Hook, Line, and Sinker. So that is, I would say an upset based on seeds, but as we know, these teams have been so competitive. That is Based Bars' first set win of the tournament so far, and it could not have come at a better time.
Yeah, they they won at least a few games during the group stage, but when you're technically the number 8 seed, and you get your sweep win over the number 1, on paper it's like, wow, that is really impressive. I mean, the win is impressive. Any sweep at this stage in caliber play is impressive, but you know, hook, line, and sinker, their journey is ending a little earlier than they thought.
Especially after the group stage that they had. You know, they're coming from Group A. Group A was so close. Everyone was either 5-4 or 4-5 in all their games against each other. But hook, line, and sinker was the number 1 overall there. So definitely a little bit of crashing back down to earth for hook, line, and sinker, as you know, it just fell apart for them for some reason against base bars, and that could just be an issue with, you know, how the comps or the maps just, you know, weren't stuff that they had favored. So wow, that is definitely a little bit wild to see there. But every other match so far, each team has taken at least a game, and you know, once again, a testament to how evenly matched every single team in this tournament is and continues to be.
Yeah, and another score update, Marine Melody getting that set win over Rise and Shine. So again, Rise and Shine won game 1, Marine Melody winning games 2, 3, and 4, and moving on. They will be facing the winner of Radical Dreamers versus Sparkling Sea. Radical Dreamers currently leading that set 2-1. So the winner of this set that we have seen so far, Ewfish and Glitter Gel Pens, they're going to be playing base bars. I mean, that's that's going to be hard, and I want to take a look at which team of these two was in base bar's bracket.
That should be Ewfish.
Yes, it was Ewfish, yep.
And that set did go 2-1. So in Ewfish's favor. So right now, I would say if you're Ewfish, you have an idea of what to expect coming up if you do play base bars. If you're Glitter Gel Pens, you're probably looking at that and you're saying, what on earth happened? And if we win this, what are we walking into at base bars? But of course, you have to get there first. So these teams could probably take a glance at that and, you know, get that in their head a little bit, but you need to maintain your focus, taking this current set one game at a time.
Right. That's really what you have to do. It looks like these teams are finally back in the lobbies, so take 2 of game number 3, Ewfish versus Glitter Gel Pens.
All right, the comps should be the same here, and indeed they are. So let's give this another go, and we'll see if anything sort of changes in this early game. We saw a bit of a stalemate in that first go, and now this second matchup, we do see Glitter Gel Pens very aggressive with that Rainmaker pop. They're going to get that and try to establish a little bit of control here. Ewfish trying to use the height advantage as everybody is on the grates or the spinner, trying to find a couple of picks to hopefully open something up here. Nobody going down yet, 30 seconds into that. And of course, as I say that, now we're going to see one down on either side. Rainmaker going to get picked up and swung to that far right side, but that doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, it's hard when you are pushed in that corner on the right side, because you're not in a good position. But Ewfish now, they have more map control. They were able to push up a little further, but unfortunately they're going to go down once again with 3 players down now. Again, a very different game than what we had seen during the first attempt here, and it is going to be just as competitive. I mean, without a doubt, just because of the nature of the play that we see these guys in.
Certainly agree with that. And now, though, with 2 down on the side of Ewfish, Glitter Gel Pens should find themselves a chance to hopefully get this lead back. But no, it's going to be the roller that is able to come in clutch there and protect this lead. Obviously, still a low-scoring game, but a lead protected nonetheless.
Yeah, saving the lead there. You know, you got to do everything you possibly can at moments like that to try and prevent more dangerous things from happening. And right now, Ewfish trying to paint up a little more. They seem to have mid covered. That Boo Bomb was going to be thrown at the Rainmaker to maybe contest the throw in case somebody was very close to it. Ewfish now trying to get in a good position to pick it up, but the pressure from Glitter Gel Pens is making it that much more difficult. So now Nerf Tentas is going to be able to push it up and take it up this right side. Can they extend their lead past the 78 that they had seen before? Going to have to avoid these Trizukas, and it looks like they do avoid them. Two players are now down on Glitter Gel Pens, but not without Ewfish members going down, getting it to 72.
Yeah, and Rainmaker did a fantastic job of just trying to stay alive, squid rolling constantly, but it looked like they might have squid rolled one too many times there, going right into a bomb, and the lead gets extended barely, and you know the score is a little bit higher than what we saw in the last game, but it is still a very low-scoring game between these two.
Yeah, it really is, and this is what makes Splatoon 3 and Rainmaker on Splatoon 3 more exciting. I would say the checkpoints have something to do with it, but neither team has even gotten to a checkpoint yet. You know, I don't know if if the score would really be any different if this weren't be played in this game. But Glitter Gel Pens, they have, once again, have some map control, trying to push forward, but don't have the lead quite yet. You know, this is where you're trying to think, okay, if we were trying to push from one side, if we were trying to push towards the left, maybe we have to go to the right this time. If we were pushing from the right, maybe we have to go to the left. We need to do anything we can to at least get this lead and then keep that same pressure up.
Yeah, and you know that is, I think, the winning condition here for either of these teams, and it looks like Glitter Gel Pens may be able to do just that here, as they are able to get within 1 point of the lead, but it's not going to be any good. That's going to be 3 down, but the jump out into the second jump out for Glitter Gel Pens, and with a minute to go, they definitely wish that they could have at least secured the lead there, just so they could set up defenses as opposed to now having to set up a defense and then get another push in.
Yeah, and here's where Ewfish might be able to control the pace if they can get that Octobrush. They are able to. So now Cookies is pushed far enough to the right where pushing left would be a little trickier. Again, 4 minutes in, nobody has gotten to that first checkpoint yet. Is beyond me how that's happened, but with how closely that these players have been playing against each other, it all makes sense. As the Rainmaker is going to go down, stuck here on the rotating part of the stage, that makes it hard if you are Ewfish. It makes it tricky to pick up. You do have the lead, so in this position you might just want to play defense, but you got to play fast defense at this stage.
You certainly do, and Glitter Gel Pens is going to pick up this Rainmaker. Everybody from both teams is alive and well, and now this push is on. A trade between the brush and the machine, and it doesn't need to go far, but a bomb is going to clutch it. And
oh my god,
surviving game 3.
The lowest scoring Rainmaker game I think I have ever seen. And I could have sworn that Glitter Gel Pens were going to make a break for it and push like 5 more units to get the lead. But no, it was the Junior Bomb that saved the game and saved the day for Ewfish. You know, it basically is what happened during the first take of this game in the first 2.5 minutes. Again, if you would have told me this would have ended before either team got to the first checkpoint, I would have said you're crazy. That was insane.
Yeah, you know, we were saying that the start of this replay was a little bit different than the first time around, but I think we got the exact same game, and if that first game had played out, I think it would have gone this exact same way. It would have come down to a relatively low score, as we saw, both teams pushing a little bit beyond what they had previously had, which makes sense, and then coming down to just an overtime push where somebody's going to come up clutch. So Ewfish being that team in this instance, now 1 game away from punching their ticket to semifinals against Based Bars, and they're going to game 4, Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz. This is gonna be a fun one to try to secure your ticket. Yeah.
This is a map mode we have seen already today, and this was the Radical Dreamers versus hook, line, and sinker set, I believe. And oh my gosh, I had a lot of fun playing this one, or watching this one, I should say. But with how defensive these teams are too, if we thought Rainmaker was a game where you would this is like polar opposite pace of play here, or like how you would imagine the scores are going to be. Rainmaker, typically a pretty quick game. You get to the checkpoints, you score. Clams is more not as snowbally. So, man, I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
I'm gonna follow you there, your train of thought, and this really could go either a team breaks through and just has a massive push, or the flip side of that is you thought Rainmaker was low scoring. Get ready for 8 minutes of Clam Blitz.
Oh my gosh. We'll see what happens. We'll see. But hey, we do have a score update. Radical Dreamers defeating Sparkling Sea 3-1. Radical Dreamers are now going to be facing Marine Melody. I believe that one is going to be featured on stream next after this set. But we got to get through this one first. I know that these teams are the hard part about like these very close games is the losses feel good and bad at the same time. They feel good because you know how close you were to winning and how you could almost taste it, but that's also the downside too. When you're at that stage and you could think, okay, I could have just tried doing one more thing. I could have changed this one thing to get the win, but Ewfish hoping that they can just win it out right here, avoid going to Game 5, and Glitter Gel Pens wanting to get this win to push it to Game 5.
Yeah, and oh man, with Clamlish Scorch Gorge, I'm trying to even envision what these teams are going to bring out, and it's a little bit hard to anticipate that, but we won't have to anticipate for long as we are going to be diving into it now. Game 4, Ewfish sitting at match point. Glitter Gel Pens hoping to take this one to Game 5.
All right, and then let's get this started. We are seeing pretty similar comps. We don't have the brush anymore. We are pulling out the V Pro on the side of Glitter Gel Pens too. So slightly different changes, but we are keeping with the 2 splatter shots, 2 juniors for the bubble in the Trizuka.
Yeah, definitely pretty similar to what, like, kind of like a mix of what we had seen in these previous games. So we'll see how that ends up working out for some of these teams. Glitter Gel Pens early on here trying to establish a lot of this central map control, and taking down that machine is going to certainly help in that effort, as they also have the clam economy in their favor with 19 clams to work with. But now the question is, can they find a path to the basket? They did lose the X-Flow on that play as well, but no clams lost either, and it looks like they're gonna go ahead and just back this almost all the way up to their own basket, and this could be an opportunity for Ewfish to gain back map control and start to pick up clams themselves.
Yeah, it's when you're able to back up the enemies that much when they have a power claim ready, you're able to take mid, which is better. You can take all the claims in mid too. And Ewfish doing a good job getting some map control, have 12 clams at the ready. Don't have a power claim quite yet. They do have a player with 7. As they are approaching this basket, they're playing like they have a power clam. And on one hand, that's good. On the other hand, that's not as good. But they're able to score in right now. Unfortunately, not much to follow up with, as this splatter shot is going to have to retreat. So they had 3 players there. They were able to pick up that 8th clam to form the power clam, but not the push that they wanted.
Yeah, a one and done is never ideal. And we saw this earlier in the tournament as well, with team coming in with a one and done, and it seemed like it was actually going to work out for them until the second half of the match really kicked in, and we saw just a massive push. So once again, it really could go either way. We could see Glitter Gel Pens respond here with a massive push following this 2-down situation, but can Ewfish put together the defensive stuff to prevent this basket score? No, it's not going to be the case, as Glitter Gel Pens is going to start piling in the clams that they have. It's not going to be a massive push, but a notable push nonetheless, as they bring this down below 60 remaining.
Yeah, so that was the push that they wanted, the push that Glitter Gel Pens needed to get the pace of the game back on their side. But Ewfish still in control of mid, as they have more claims right now and are able to try and locate some of these Glitter Gel Pen members. But again, Ewfish needing to work together a little more to try and maybe coordinate their specials, coordinate their pushes, work with a power clam that is already formed, or apply pressure all at the same time. But they are doing a good job at keeping Glitter Gel Pens just pushed back towards their basket.
They really are. I mean, and look at that, like a player all the way up under their basket now, not able to get, I think, as many picks as they were hoping for, but this does open up a chance for this jump in to come in as well, and that's going to be 2 power clams scored and the lead back in favor of Ewfish, and that's the wipeout as well. So this push is done at 47 points remaining. So a excellent response, but Glitter Gel Pens only needs a power clam plus 5 to get the lead back.
Yeah, and with just over a minute, anything is still possible at this stage of the game. No pushes have been very drastic quite yet. I mean, getting to 47 on that push is going to be good, but nothing that is going to be unbeatable for Glitter Gel Pens to get past. And look at this, they have 24 clams at their ready as they're trying to coordinate 2 power clams plus some additional clams with their specials ready too. But you have one player who goes down, that's going to make it harder. They're going to have to pick up the power clam, which is going to scatter their other clams around the stage too. So it looks like Glitter Gel Pens in a little bit of a panic, as once again they are being pushed and backed up by Ewfish.
Yeah, and they have a couple power clams to work with as well. They're going to only be able to save one of them in their current position. And now backing all the way up, 30 seconds to go. And Ewfish looks geared up for another push, but they don't have the clams to do so. So this really is just more of a testament of the amount of pressure that Ewfish is going to be able to put on here. And that's all they really need at this stage, is to just hold back Glitter Gel Pens as far back as possible and make it as difficult as possible for them to get a push in overtime.
Yeah, and Ewfish, this is such a hard part of the game when you are pushing up so closely and then having to back out. But look at this push now from Glitter Gel Pens. They have the crab up top in mid. That is going to help them push out some players. And then Yellow using the Trizuka, pushing up the right side with the support of the rain. Leo has the power claim, is going to try and find an opportunity to break in. Going to be trying to throw it, a miss. Can Yellow grab it, throw it in? We get 2 power claims, and that's actually the lead. Oh
my goodness. Wow, what a play there from the Glitter Gel Pens to save this set and send it to game 5. What on earth?
This game is so crazy. You know, I saw one power clam that was being pushed from the right side. That's the one that they were really trying to coordinate with. And then the other power clam where it's like, okay, maybe we can just sneak this in. The fact that they both threw it at the same time too makes it that much harder for Ewfish to really comprehend, like, wait, what happened? How did we allow them to do that? So it may have taken pretty much the whole game for Glitter Gel Pens to make that push that they needed. That was what they needed pretty much the whole game. But able to get it in at the end and seal the win that way is what's important.
Oh, hold on, my jaw is still unhinged from that push there. That was crazy. I mean, you know, I think you analyzed that best there, Falco. That was so close. You know, the timer was, you could hardly see the overtime timer at that point. And you know, one thing that was notable there as well was it seemed like that Glitter Gel Pens was going to be able to make a play there by throwing the power clam forward to their teammate to dunk that into the basket, but that didn't work out. And luckily there was just enough clams to get that second power clam going, and they were able to take on a full 2-front approach, like you had mentioned. And you know, that Ewfish can't do anything about that at that point. So you know, now we're going to be settling this game 5, Splat Zone's Inkblot Art Academy. This one, I think we might be seeing those explos from game 1 come back.
Yeah, explos, maybe some jet sculptures. This this mode Ewfish won earlier on, game 1, Splat Zone's Wahoo World, with the incredible save at the end too to keep up the pressure. So I've seen this one snowball a little more than other zone stages, but again, you can't really predict anything with these teams.
Yeah, any sort of predictions or pre-tournament analysis that anyone has ever done, you could probably just throw that out the window at this stage. We could probably turn this into a best of 21, and we'd still end up in a 10-10 situation going into game 21. Like, I don't think you could get more evenly matched teams in this set, let alone the entire tournament.
No, not at all. I mean, you really can't. And like you said before, during the group stages, 9 out of the 12 sets ended 2-1. I believe we said all of them being in Group A. Is that right?
Group A, everyone did finish 2-1. Yes.
Yeah. It's just so crazy. It's so crazy how that happens. But that's what we like to see, and what we like to see too is Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy for game 5. So this is the winner takes all to move on to round 2 to face on base bars. Let's get this rolling.
Oh man, there it is, the Explo on the side of Glitter Gel Pens, but it looks like Ewfish is gonna double down on this aggressive comp.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you keep the junior, keep the you got Flingza again to get your missiles. Yeah, you're gonna have aggression from both sides, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both teams do have a few pretty aggressive pieces here. So it's just Ewfish gonna be going all in on it here, and it's not gonna work out for them quite yet, as Glitter Gel Pens gets that 3 down situation. There is a little bit of a flank behind that's going to cause some issues for the Glitter Gel Pens, as Ewfish now in a position to get control of the zone for the first time. An excellent play there by Ewfish to neutralize this zone. That looked like it could have gotten out of hand pretty easily.
Yeah, it could have been a very dangerous situation, but now Glitter Gel Pen's able to try and get some picks. They have a two-player advantage. They don't have the zone quite yet, but with the help of the rain, they are going to get that cap. Here's where they really need to get this lockout phase started. They're going to also want to try and corner and get rid of the splatter shot, who will be jumping out just in time. Glitter Gel Pen still holding on to the zone. Their penalty points are now gone, as Ewfish trying to find a way that they can break in, but with the Trizuka now coming in, it's going to be tricky. Missiles coming out for Ewfish and the Booyah Bomb on the zone, but 2 players are down. This is still Glitter Gel Pen's zone that they need to have.
Yeah, and they are hunting for these last 2 players, and they're able to just dodge them and hide just enough to buy their teammates enough time to get back in here and start getting a load of paint on this zone. 39 points remaining for Glitter Gel Pens, and that Trizuka is going to come up huge there, and that's going to allow the zone flip. So 41-point penalty for the Glitter Gel Pens, and Ewfish can now start putting meaningful points on the board. A nice jump there onto the plat to push out that Explo, and that Explo is going to be jumping out. Would have loved to gotten the pick, but a jump out is the next best thing.
Yeah, that is right. And now this is Ewfish's opportunity to try and hold on to this zone, but with 3 specials at the ready for Glitter Gel Pens and 2 players down on Ewfish, it's going to be harder, as Glitter Gel Pens now unleashing their specials, pushing into the zone, but they themselves are now at a 2-player disadvantage. So again, lots of penalty points for both of these teams. If you're Glitter Gel Pens, you have the lead, you have control of the game right now. You also get a double if you are the splatter shot, as you're able to try and hold on to this zone with just over 2 minutes left.
Oh man, I mean, 2 minutes to go. This is a much higher scoring game than these teams have had in the past couple of games. So either team really could be knocking out at any point across these next 2 minutes. That's going to be now Glitter Gel Pens, though, out of the penalty and with a 2-person advantage. So this could be very dangerous for Ewfish.
Yeah, it certainly can be. And look at that. 2 players going to go down. 3 players. Can they get the triple? No, but they do get the player down. This is going to be Glitter Gel Pen's game to lose. But 2 players down. The Flingza, everybody jumping to the zone and Rain in the zone. Is there going to be enough time? I don't know. That's a wipeout. That is going to be the game, as this is a solo cap here from the Brush. Glitter Gel Pens moving on to the semifinals of Little Squid League 24. Oh, what a set.
What a set indeed. I don't think we could have written that one any better if we tried. Just wow. I mean, such fantastic games between these two. And, you know, I wish we could keep going, but a tournament needs to have a winner at some point. And it is going to be Glitter Gel Pens that wins this round. And they will move on to play Based Bars for an opportunity at Grand Finals.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be so good. So yes, they're moving on to face Base Bars, who 3-0'd Hook, Line, and Sinker. Marine Melody will be facing Radical Dreamers. That's actually the set that you guys are going to see on stream. Unfortunately, DRF and we're going to have to step away, but you guys are going to get 2 wonderful commentators, Nito and Riley, who will be guiding you through the semifinals and finals. But DRF, this has been so fun. I want to watch like all of these. I know you guys are posting about like we need the replay codes. Like I want to see all the replay codes too. This has been so cool.
Oh, it really has. You know, we could probably sit here and go through every single game. I'm sure, you know, 90% of games here were just so good. And I'm, you know, a little bit sad to go, but Nito and Riley are going to be bringing you home, and it is going to be an ending that you will most certainly not want to miss. So, Falco, I guess we should go ahead and sign off here. Thank you so much for joining me today. Where can the people find you?
Yeah, you can find me, FalcoFlyer11. That is my Twitter. You can also find me streaming on Twitch, FalcoFlyer. I do a lot of Anarchy series games, and I just rally and go and struggle with a blaster. DRF, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at DRF_Splatoon, and hopefully on Twitch soon at TritonDRF. That is going to do it for Falco and myself. Thank you all so much for being on this journey with us. You got 2 more fantastic commentators to close up 2 more amazing rounds of Little Squid League 24. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Little Squid League 24, the third Invitational. My name is Riley, and I'm joined here by Nito.
Hey y'all, how's it going? We got an exciting matchup for y'all on deck. Marine Melody versus Radical Dreamers. I was looking at both of these teams. I'm thinking Marine Melody is probably going to be, well, they're more than, they're not even the underdog. They're way far beyond, because Marine Melody is coming in first alpha bracket appearance, I believe, but I can be fact checked on that. There we go, cool. But first alpha bracket appearance for them. Radical Dreamers, though, they have all the experience in the world. Just before this year, their last LSL appearance, LSL 15, and I believe that was September.
It's crazy to think about. Definitely of these two teams, Marine Melody is the one I'm more familiar with, but regardless, I'm sure this has been a pretty close match. Like, Radical Dreamers have got to be doing pretty well to make it this far. Plus, they have Blue from Bitterling, who's a pretty good backline player as well. But we're moving on to, I believe, Tower Control on Mincemeat Metalworks.
Yeah, we got Marine Melody and the Blue opting for a shooter-heavy comp with the addition of one E-leader, and Radical Dreamers is going to opt for, as well, a few more shooters. They got a Dualies and a Blaster, and that Hydra is going to come in really useful for Radical Dreamers, as Marine Melodies, again, as I said, they're shooter heavy, so it's going to come in very well for them. They've already got 2 down on Marine Melody, and Radical Dreamers might be looking for an opening here.
Indeed, it seems that they're kind of electing to hang back just for a little bit, but that could be kind of a questionable decision because Marine Melody is just going to have enough time to respond to that. And indeed, they were able to bring down the Junior through the big bubbler, so this push seems to be kind of bleeding at the moment, but it continues, and they were able to get through the first checkpoint off of that, and there were 2 down on Marine Melody for the moment, so... But now there are 2 down for Radical Dreamers, so this might not last that much longer, but still, they're able to just bleed points. The Blaster's hanging onto this tower, and just, they have the movement to keep alive, but they'll be brought down by this leader. And just the Junior alive for Radical Dreamers, so now it's time for Marine Melody to respond.
One thing you gotta know about this E-leader is that they're one of the strongest leader mains I've played against. So we did a scrim with Comp Blasters. This leader caused a lot of trouble for us. So keep an eye on this leader as this game goes on. And there we go. There's a pick from the leader, and they actually get 3 down on Radical Dreamers now. So they're gonna cruise straight to the second checkpoint. They've got 1 person. They've also got the Dually Sculptures down. So now they've got a full wipe. They're gonna keep cruising they're gonna cruise into the lead. They're gonna get the second checkpoint probably, and they're gonna start heading towards the 3rd checkpoint, but there comes the Hydra coming in and cause some damage and gets a double on him, and there's the Inkstuka coming in from the side. Can they get another pick? Not quite.
Indeed, just kind of unfortunately falling there. I feel like if he had stayed on the high ground, Thresher definitely would have been able to get that pick, but still, that was a very strong first push for Marine Melody, and they're still in control of most of mid here, although Radical Dreamers is making a solid effort to push up here. Gotta love the tiny big bubbler, by the way. But regardless, Booyah coming out here, kind of consolidating all Marine Melody in the same spot here, but they are able to kind of respond to that effectively, but they are 2 down now. It's a 2v3 scenario, and they do pop the Killer Whale, but it doesn't really seem to do much here. Radical Dreamers just kind of struggling to get much happening in mid.
Yeah, there was a move that was a little bit too aggressive for my taste, so the Junior and the Splash Shot doubling down to try to get 1 player, but notice to them, the Hydra is also watching, I believe. But as far as what's going on right now, they're both going 3 down, and it's going to be a neutral battle from here on as they try to look for an opening here. The E-leader is going to keep a watchful eye, though, and we all know how dangerous an E-leader be, just how fast it is. And there's the pick from the E-leader. And now they're 2 down. They're actually 2 down now against Marine Melody. Marine Melody might be looking for a way for an opening here as they get ever so close to getting back into offensive positions. But Radical Dreamers holding their own against a very all-around guild team.
Yes, very much. Loopholes is doing a very good job on this E-leader here. As far as I'm aware, they are the most recent addition to this team, and I had not heard of them before, but clearly that was a very good investment here. There's less than 90 seconds left in the game at this point, and seemed that I believe that was Radical Dreamers going 2 down briefly, but they are pushing again here. And we have the Hydra on the tower kind of able to apply pressure here. It's just 2 down, but actually, never mind. That is a wipeout, and Marine Melody is going to push up and get mid off of that.
You can't help but think that some of the offensive pushes coming from Radical Dreamers is going to looks a little bit off, a little bit uncoordinated there. I mean, they've gone as far as they did because of the Blaster holding on for dear life, and as soon as I say that, Radical Dreamers gets wiped out by Marine Melody. Marine Melody, everyone's getting in front of the tower, and that's exactly what you want to see in this mode. And they've got 2 surrounded. Can they get the second one? And they've only got 1 pick down, 2 down on each side, 2 up on each side. And Radical Dreamers might be looking at another wipeout, and it's a delayed wipe there. This might be a KO for them, and they're going to go straight down to the last checkpoint, winning game 1.
I really wanted to point out how far pushed up Thresher was there at the very end. You can tell that they just wanted to put this game away as fast as possible. They noticed that Radical Dreamers were kind of starting to get a bit feedy and or staggered at the end there, and they just kind of used that against them as best as possible. So that was a very strong ending push there. I believe that was like 3 wipeouts in the span of about a minute. It's crazy. But we are moving on to Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge.
Certainly a strong offensive showing there from Marine Melody. They're absolutely going to have to keep it up here, especially with keeping with the theme of objectives that are controlled by the team itself. So Rainmaker definitely going to be looking to keep some of that offensive power going on. And for the name of the game for Radical Dreamers here, just don't get too uncoordinated there, because that's what cost them a lot, especially in the last game, because like you said, they got a little bit too ambitious, a little bit too aggressive, and that ended up costing them more than they could afford. So definitely going to be looking at what kind of adjustments they make here in order to combat that.
Indeed. This map is kind of strange. I personally am not a huge fan of Scorch Gorge on the whole, but in regards to Rainmaker here, trying to think of what Radical Dreamers brought to the table last game. As far as I'm aware, blue is just straight up a Hydra one trick. I feel like the rest of their comp is sufficiently speedy enough. They might kind of do away with the CDS, but I don't know the extent of that particular player's weapon pool. I don't know. I feel offhand that maybe with the exception of the leader, Marine Melody's comp is probably more well-suited for this map, just by virtue of it being faster. But I suppose I may very well stand corrected.
Yeah, it's one thing you also have to consider is the popping power, which is definitely going to come in useful if Radical Dreamers wants to make those offensive changes. They already have a lot of popping power with the Hydra, and I believe they also had a junior and a CDS with them. Blaster might hinder that a little bit, so I might expect them to replace it with something a little bit quicker. Like if they happen to have like a shot or a splash in hand, that's certainly something we can go for. Marine Melody, though, as far as I remember from their last comp, like he said, they were shooter heavy, so definitely something to look forward to here. As Marine Melody wants to keep that kind of like, if they want to keep their foot on the gas pedal, then that's certainly the way to go.
Most definitely. As far as the lethal bombs go, though, I feel like Radical Dreamers definitely kind of have the upper hand, and that could give them an advantage in regards to popping power, because the Blaster, while it might not do that much to Rainmaker's shield, they do have Auto Bomb, which is handier than, say, a Burst Bomb, but that's kind of beside the point. We are heading into this game now, and offhand, we see the Flingza and the 96 coming out for Marine Melody, and the Sploosh coming from Radical Dreamers.
Yes, Marine Melody in the I like to call it Gatorade lime green, and the Radical Dreamers in the purple. And just like we saw, Radical Dreamers going to start pulling out the shot. I'm sorry, what was I about to say?
Sorry, I was going to mention that they swapped out Lily in favor of Aloe here, which is certainly a decision. Aloe is a very strong support player as well. And see here, we've got 3 down. Make that a delayed wipe on the side of Radical Dreamers to start out. So that's going to be checkpoint 1, falling right away.
Marine Melody's going to keep that offensive battle going on, but they do get knocked out by a bomb. the Splash is making quick work of 3 members of Marine Melody, getting a triple on him, and looks like Radical Dreamers is going to get straight back to it, take the Rainmaker themselves. Hopefully they can get some offensive power going on. I know that's something they struggled with last game, and they do get 3. They get 3 down now. An entire wipe on Marine Melody. Look at that. Radical Dreamers is going to start turning the pages here. Just to start to show that they're more than just the underdogs here. So they're gonna take the lead, and they're gonna try to push it even further. They already got 2 down on Marine Melody now.
Indeed. At this point, Marine Melody just has to kind of hang back and bomb spam here, but we see Thresher going for the super aggro kill here, and they do get the kill on the Rainmaker here. They're kind of in a 1v2 there, but they will at least bring 1 down, and that's now a wipe on the side of Radical Dreamers from the Flingza here. So now they've just got to paint up mid. 46 is definitely like a solid push, but this is certainly no lead that these guys can't handle here. But we see Blue taking a very nice position with that Hydra, kind of able to potentially get some fall-off kills on the other members, like on that other side of mid there. But we do see that they're starting to kind of assume a more defensive position, but the Sploosh going down just shy of their hammer is kind of unfortunate, and the Hydra going down too is going to be less range than you'd like, but a clutch kill, presumably to a bomb, is going to stop that push, and now it's 2 left on the side of Marine Melody without much aggression here. The Ink Pack can buy them a little time, but they will be brought down by that Rainmaker, or Wavebreaker, or something like that.
Well, it seems right now that the key for Radical Dreamers to win is to stop Thresher. Thresher is causing a lot of damage to Radical Dreamers, and you can see how aggressive they are and how successful they are with that aggression. There's Thresher right now, getting a pick on the Rainmaker. Look at that, and that's gonna be the key to winning here. And so Radical Dreamers trying to play a little more conservative here. Marine Melody's gonna take. Nation's going to take 3 down now. We're going to start pushing inwards with the Rainmaker and the Ink Vac all on deck. They get the lead now. They get very close to the top pedestal. They aren't quite able to get it though, but they still have enough popping power to where they can still make a play. Someone's going to start looking for a flank. The Doctor right there on the side, looking for some opening. And there's the feelings that going inwards. It's up to 4 remaining, and it's not quite enough to get the KO, but that is a very nice push, and that's definitely something Marine Melody is going to be looking forward to keeping. And they do get the KO. Look at that. Marine Melody making a statement with their offense in Game 2, and they might be able to wrap it up in Game 3.
Indeed. Apologies there, but I did catch that ending, and we saw the Flingza shark and get a nice kill off of that, which was pretty much exactly what they needed. But Radical Dreamers just kind of stuck in unfortunate positions, not really able to survive a pop there. So Marine Melody just kind of by having their lethals at the ready kind of sealed the fate there. But yes, that was a very strong response to all that from Marine Melody. They did a great job of not staggering, I would say.
Yeah, and so we're going to have Splat Zone's Museum Doll from Xeno coming up next. And it looks like Marine Melody has this down bad, but now we're going to see a change of pace here with Splat. So Marine Melody's been doing pretty well in modes where you got an objective that you can move around, you can kind of control how it moves. Now you can kind of control how it moves from tower control, which just kind of cruises along. But Splat Zones, now it's all stationary. But Marine Melody, we've seen the amount of aggression they have. This could very well just go their way. I mean, we could be in for a 3-0 sweep here, but Radical Dreamers starting to pick it up a little bit more now. See, they're going to play more on the defensive end, and they've been playing on the defensive end so far. So Radical Dreamers, this might be the game for them.
Indeed. You have to keep in mind that, yes, you can control zone, but also, it's kind of awkward on this map to push up easily into the opponent's plat. It's possible, but the hoops that you have to jump through in order to get there can be kind of strange, especially when you have obstacles such as splash walls or whatever keeping you off. Not to mention, in order to have a shot at getting into zone, you have to kind of drop down, which can be kind of cumbersome if you're a short-range weapon.
Absolutely, and especially if Radical Dreamers is likely going to keep that Hydra. They keep that Hydra stationed right on the middle spinner. That could cause a lot of trouble for Marine Melody, who so far they've been running fairly aggressive shooter comps so far. So if they keep Hydra in mid and they keep Hydra locked into anything that might be dropping down for them, it's going to cause a lot of trouble. And that just might be what Radical Dreamers needs as we head into Game 3. Actually, we head into Game 2 again. A little bit of deja vu here.
Wait. Okay. Well, hey, now we can show off that cool new feature where you do that. Yeah.
Alright, well, how does the quickest Game 2 Rainmaker? I don't think any team did anything offensively or defensively, except for Blue on Radical Dreamers, who did a very good job of taking out the entire game, so congrats on that pseudo wipe.
Indeed, truly, they are the MVP. But we did see briefly that Marine Melody brought in Jimby for the Splatana Stamper. And honestly, at this point, I feel like Jimby is probably one of the strongest players who still exists at kind of the LSL level. So I'm excited to see them bring out the Stamper here. I feel like, on the whole, like it's kind of an awkward weapon, but it can definitely be strong, like in the hands of a dedicated player.
Yeah, we saw... I mean, I personally got to see Jim play a lot of Splatana, and Jim can be very dangerous with it. So... if I'm the Hydra on Radical Dreamers, I am keeping my eye on that Splatana, because especially, I believe that's the one with Zipcaster, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that's the one with Zipcaster, Hydra's going to be in a lot of trouble if it doesn't see it coming.
Indeed. The Zipcaster is just such a strange special, and in fact, you know, on this map it can be very annoying for backliners, since you can just reach up into those high bat areas. In fact, I believe this, funnily enough, I remember like the trailer where Zipcaster was showed off. I believe this is kind of where we saw its functionality, like on this map, back when we saw the Splash using it. Honestly, I kind of wish it kept that special, but regardless. Never mind that, because we are switching to the standard Splatana Wiper.
And that's a surprising move from Radical Dreamers. They're going to switch over to the Blob and the Machine here. They don't have a lot of painting power, but they do have the added aggressiveness from both the Splash and the Sploosh. And it looks like they're going to be splashed away as Radical Dreamers goes 3 down right off the gates. It hasn't even been like 30 seconds into the match, and Marine Melody is popping off. They're going to go down to 70 remaining, and it looks like they're going to start getting some more picks on the board, forcing Radical Dreamers to pop that Booyah, and they already go 3 down again. My goodness.
Indeed, it's just the Splash left alive here. They are able to bring down Lily, but that doesn't really mean much. You're just kind of stuck in crab mode here. But the 52 does go down, and surely the other members of Marine Melody, or the other members of Radical Dreamers, have respawned and are getting into zone here. Unfortunately, Marine Melody just kind of really tunnel visioned on that crab tank. So now, Radical Dreamers are going to be trying to push up here and kind of doing what Marine Melody should have.
Yeah, you see, they're going to try to keep the same offensive pressure that Marine Melody did. And if I think someone's going to go into their spinner, there goes the Splash and there goes the Sploosh. That's exactly where you want them. That's exactly the kind of offensive power you want to keep on them. And hopefully they see that Splatana looking for a flank, because that Splatana could cause a lot of trouble. Still sneaking there. Oh, great pick by the leader. And that just goes to show how powerful that leader can be. But Marine Melody is going to get back on control. They did lose the lead, but they're not too far away.
Indeed, and we saw, I believe that was Org on the 52 gal pushing up there, but they're definitely recognizing, hey, we kind of made a mistake by not really getting onto their plat before, so they're going to do that again, especially considering, well, okay, you have to keep in mind that Radical Dreamers has done away with the backline. There's no Hydra here. I mean, you could count Blob as a backline, but I don't. Regardless, if they just decide to push up on the plat, they can punish that kind of easier, I suppose, or at least more quickly here. But we see the Wiper here kind of doing its thing on the plat here, going with the slightly more functional Ultra Stamp now, but they will be brought down by the Machine. But they will still hold on to zone, even though they're 2 down, long enough to take the lead here. But Radical Dreamers able to get the cap and get through their penalty. They don't really have that much penalty to get through, if I'm honest. So this could be lead back in their favor if they're able to get some clutch picks, but it's nothing game sealing yet.
Yes, the game's still very much, it's basically a game of inches here where Radical Dreamers needs to keep that offensive power, needs to keep that offensive pressure on them. But it looks like they're struggling with that as they go 3 down now to Marine Melody. And Radical Dreamers, this is kind of the same problems we've been witnessing for them for this entire set. They keep getting a little bit too ambitious there, and it ends up costing them a little bit more than they would have liked. So Marine Melody is going to start building on their lead. Radical Dreamers now going 2 down. They might even go 3 down. Actually, no one's up on top of the plat. Actually, as soon as I say that, Org's on the plat, and they do get a pick. They're down 3. They're still down 3. And it looks like this is Marine Melody's game to lose as they take game 3, and they're going to be heading into the finals.
Indeed, it's a hit, and Marine Melody sweeps that set. I want to draw attention real quick, though, to Lily on the junior, because at the end there, they were in like a 1v2 on zone, and they weren't taking any stupid risks and just going for fights. They were just painting zone, and I think that's a really smart thing to do. And they were kind of relying on looples and any other range that they had to kind of cover them and make sure that they weren't about to get completely killed. So there was definitely strong coordination coming up from the both of them. They were definitely taking it as like a team game.
Yeah, and that's what solidified their win here. But we do have to give some credit for Radical Dreamers there, offering us a quick glimpse in their defensive capabilities, and they actually brought the fight to Marine Melody right there at the end with Zone's Museum. They actually almost had a lockout situation at one point, so kudos to Radical Dreamers. But ultimately, Marine Melody is going to be the team moving into grand finals, and they will be facing, give me a second, the team's not named, give me a second, it's named Glitter Gel Pens. Look at that.
I'm sure that'll be certainly a grand finals to look forward to, so certainly we'll be bringing that to you right up next, so don't go away.
And welcome back to LSL 24, the third ever Invitational. We've got an exciting match for you on deck. This is Grand Finals. Marine Melody versus Glitter Gel Pens. It's time to see who takes the cake in this one. I'm Nito, and I'm going to be joined by my partner, Riley. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Good to see you here, and definitely excited to see this match to come. We just saw Marine Melody on stream just a bit ago. Glitter Gel Pens, they might have been seen on stream earlier. Marine Melody, again, of the two, is one I personally am more familiar with. Glitter Gel Pens, for those who might not be aware, this is essentially a reincarnation of the team Inkcraft Cult. I fought them in Gamma Bracket a few months ago. Definitely not surprised that they've made it this far. They are a pretty strong team at this level, so I'm definitely kind of excited to see how they respond here. From my memory, they have a pretty good Octobrush player, but keep in mind this was back in Splatoon 2, as of how I remember, so maybe they're kind of adapting. But regardless, it is worth noting that for Grand Finals, I believe we are going into counterpick territory.
Absolutely. Splat Zones on Makeup Bar is going to be what starts us off, but everything from there on is going to be up to the losers of the last set. So, Marine Melody, they're coming in with tons of momentum. They've lost one set, they've won one match this entire bracket, and they've lost once to Rise and Shine. Glitter Gel Pen just came off of one very close matchup against Ewfish and then completely swept base bars. So both of them coming off of complete sweeps. This is already making up for what's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yes, indeed. I am definitely excited to just kind of be here and be able to watch the set in general. And I'm sure that, many others are as well. These are two of the strongest teams at this level finally getting their chance to kind of step up and prove themselves. So, yeah. As far as what the players might bring to the table, of course, Marine Melody, since we just saw them on stream, what they play is all kind of fresher in my memory. As far as Glitter Gel Pens, I believe they're Captain Pink. I believe they are also like a support player, so you get a rough idea as to what they'll probably bring to the table here. And as far as Marine Melody goes, I'm not sure if they'll stick with the kind of wiper and or stamper that they had before, but everything else with the leader, junior, and 52 gal, I think that's roughly a fair assumption to make.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of the Marine Melody comps here, and if I had to guess, they'd probably go for another shooter-heavy comp. And I think we might just see the E-Leader come out again because Mako Mart is such a small map and they, as far as what we've seen from the E-Leader, they can pop off. So E-Leader is probably going to be a play they make here. Shooter-wise, there's probably going to be at least 3 of them. Like Junior, maybe Gal, just to lock in the stacks and maybe even like a shot or something. But Glitter Gel Pens, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe I know their weapon pool too well, but I believe they might go for the same approach here. Just because it's Splat Zones, you want that extra paint, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an exciting matchup we've got in store.
Indeed, very much so. Regardless, do you... Of course, kind of leeching from the previous match, Radical Dreamers would be moving on to the third place match. Do you happen to know offhand who the other team facing them there is? Because I can't pull it up.
I believe it's Base Bars, and Base Bars is actually one of the it's not fairly new because they've been hanging around, and now they're going to become one of the more well-known Purdue teams. So I'm glad to see them facing off into the third place matchup. Third place matchup is also going to be a fairly exciting one.
Indeed. Of the teams that kind of came from that background, they're definitely making a name for themselves, as it were. But regardless, we are now fully moving into Grands, so we see here for Glitter Gel Pens, and on the side of Marine Melody, weapons that I can't see yet because it's being slow, but they also brought out the X-Splosher, and the rest of the comps are relatively similar, although we do have the Wiper again, once again, for Marine Melody.
Ooh, an X-Splosher is a really good pick here because any Slosher is going to do well on Mako Mart, and just because you get that added bit of range from the X-Splosher, you've got lots of more room to work with here. So great pick here by Marine Melody, but it can be pushed a bit farther back as Glitter Gel Pen seems to be having their number here. However, Thresher, as we've seen earlier, they're very aggressive here. They get the 3 down on Glitter Gel Pens. An amazing job there by Thresher. That's also gonna be Glitter Gel Pen's key to victory here. They need to hold Thresher back because we've seen so far from their previous matchup against Radical Dreamers just how aggressive Thresher can be and how much damage they can cause.
Indeed, it's already down to like the 60s here, but it's just Lily left alive, and seeing how we played before, like, they're probably going to try and maintain position, but they probably won't try to take any fights, but they will be brought down here. So Marine Melody kind of stuck here without their main source of paint, aside from the X-Splosher. They're probably not going to have much of a response yet again, but a nice kill on Jimby there, and the X-Boy doing a nice job of kind of punishing the person pushing up here. This might be lead for Glitter Gel Pens, but might not be that well contested. But indeed, Marine Melody very close to kind of capping this here as they're kind of pushing Glitter Gel Pens away.
And Thresher's able to get just a few picks on Glitter Gel Pens, but Glitter Gel Pens holds their own for the most part. They're able to get back into the zone control. They do have a few penalty points before they can start looking at taking the lead, but Glitter Gel Pen's starting to kind of keep it towards the zone, keep it in their own, play at their own pace. They do have a few people starting to take the right. Thresher now looking for a pick, gets one. They might be able to get another if they go they might be able to go all the way around here. They're gonna try to go for that pick on the pro, and there's the pick on the pro. Marine Melody now look back into position, back into the zone control, and they might just get the lead from here.
Indeed, that's no penalty at all practically here. They are, like, we see Lily here just kind of hanging back to spam bombs here, kind of trying to move up a little bit, but they will be punished for that, and then that's 3 down on the side of Marine Melody here, so that's going to be zone in favor of Glitter Gel Pens, like, right away here. But now that's 2 down for Glitter Gel Pens, and there's not really a whole lot they can do in terms of pushing up here. They do get the pick on Thresher on the shot there, but again, Glitter Gel Pen's able to just kind of survive well and bring down some of the members of Marine Melody. This might be lead for them yet again here if they can, keep up this survival well enough. But once again, the Junior and the Explo kind of pairing up to try to get as much paint out as they possibly can. And Thresher on the flank, able to get the kill on that pro there, as well as going for a pick on the Junior as well. They will be brought down for that, but still, that was a very clutch kill there to kind of facilitate their control of zone there.
Yeah, it's exactly what you need to do against aggressive slayers like that. You need to start doubling down on them. You need to look for those 2v1s, because that's going to be the key to stopping the shot from getting any serious picks on y'all. And actually, they do get 2 down on Marine Melody. Glitter Gel Pens, however, is going to go 1 down as well. They have to pop the stamp, and the stamp is not enough. It's just the X-Blo at this point who's stuck on the left stack. Gonna have to move in on him, and they do get the pick there. So this could spell trouble for Marine Melody, but Glitter Gel Pens is gonna look to draw those penalty points down. They are, however, under some serious trouble here. They do go to 1 down, and they're gonna get very close to the lead here. They're not gonna be able to get it as Marine Melody takes back the zone.
That was very good. Just kind of survival there once more. That's kind of their key, asset going for them in this set here. They're very close to being out of penalty here, and with just 30 seconds remaining here, Glitter Gel Pens are frantically trying to take control of this zone here, and they do take it just for a little bit, and they don't have that much penalty left either. They do have the man advantage as well, so this could be a kind of a turning point here, but they've got to make some clutch plays right away here. We saw Jimby pop the stamp just to throw it away, and now it's a 3v3 scenario, and Marine Melody's very close to capping the zone here with less than 10 seconds left. They do take it, but Glitter Gel Pens are in a position to contest it yet again, but the Explo being forced back in conjunction with the junior not being able to paint the zone much with Marine Melody pushing up. So that's going to be Marine Melody taking game one.
A game that goes down to the last few points, goes all the way, takes both of these teams went the distance. However, Marine Melody is going to come out on top, and you can't help but notice the amount of just like paint control they had during that entire matchup. I think most of the time we saw orange throughout the map, but Glitter Gel Pens does have the capability of taking it back, because we've seen it before. We saw how efficient they were in taking it back, and I believe there was this one moment where they tried to take it back, but unfortunately 2 of them went down, and I think that's what that may have cost them the game, honestly. But we know that Glitter Gel Pens has the capability to bring it back. We know that Glitter Gel Pens can come back from a big deficit to challenge the lead. So I'm definitely gonna keep my eye on Glitter Gel Pens here, because I don't think it's over for them yet. I mean, obviously not. It's game 1, but they've got a serious shot at taking this all the way to game 7.
That is very true, yes. Marine Melody's got to be in kind of an interesting situation here, because either they are riding even higher on the momentum that they had beforehand, or they've got to be like acknowledging, hey, we won that, but that was extremely close, and they've got to be kind of, feeling the pressure now. Like, obviously, it is still a net positive, because now it is not like a clean sweep potentially, but they do still have to acknowledge that, hey, this isn't going to be as easy of a ride as, might have initially thought. I'm not saying they were thinking that, but, it's going to be a pretty close ride. I definitely agree with you when you say that this could very well be a very close set. We're just kind of waiting here to see what Glitter Gel Pen's counter pick is going to be. You have to think they had a relatively straightforward comp there as far as, zones on Mako goes. So they had the Explo, the Junior, blah, blah, blah. The other weapons that kind of round out that comp can pretty much be good wherever. So this is one of those scenarios, yet again, where they have to think about, well, what might not be good for, like, the Wiper, for instance? Kind of do it against your enemy rather than for yourself. And in terms of that, I'm not super familiar with Wiper. To be honest, I still have no idea if I know if it's a good weapon or not, and by virtue of that, what its good maps are. But regardless, we're moving on to Zone's Inkblot. It is worth remembering that a lot of people are still going to be relying on their kind of Splatoon 2 comfort picks, so this doesn't surprise me. But yeah, Zone's Inkblot, there you have it.
Alright, yeah, I kind of had an idea they were going to stick with Zone, because we've seen, if they did their homework and they watched the last set with Marine Melody, they know that Marine Melody does a great job when they can control the pace of the objective. So Splat Zones is going to cause them a little bit more trouble. Now, Inkblot, again, we've seen how well Thresh can do aggressively. They're going to have to focus on the left and right tree, especially if, especially Glitter Gel Pens. I don't know if they bring out the X-Washer here again, but I mean, I kind of doubt it, just on the basis of it may not be too much paint for you to work with, but again, they have to watch those. They have to watch those the left and right trees, because once Thresher gets into your plat, it causes a lot of trouble for Glitter Gel Pens. However, Marine Melody, they need to focus on making sure they don't get pushed too far up, because that's what cost them a little bit in the last game. So I can see why Glitter Gel Pens is picking Inkblot. I mean, flanking Zones. Inkblot is gonna. It looks like they're keeping it on relatively short maps.
Indeed here, but you have to remember that we saw Looples with the Explo in that game, but they were doing really well with Leader and Zones on the previous games too. And on this map, yeah, I would probably say that Leader is maybe... Okay, well, I can't say this definitively. Like, every weapon is going to be good for various situations, but I feel like as far as the Leader Explo matchup goes between these two players, I feel like the Leader is probably going to win most of the time, at least if they can get established on top mid. So I don't know. We'll see how they adjust, because they may very well stick with the Explosher. We'll just have to wait and see. The rest of the weapons here, again, I feel like they'll probably stay roughly the same.
Yeah, the one thing Marine Melody, if they anticipate the Explo, I feel like we're gonna keep seeing that Splatana Wiper come out, because Inkblot, especially with the stamp available, once you get into the plat with stamp, it's gonna cause lots of trouble. And then you also have the ability to throw, which if you're looking at snipe, that's exactly where you want to throw it. So we're gonna see what they come up with here. Glitter gel pens in the orange and Marine Melody in the purple. Look at that. And a Wiper is coming out as well. Explo on both sides.
Okay, so we are sticking once again with the Explo battle, and good to know I wasn't just making stuff up when I said that Glitter Gel Pens has a Octobrush player. They decided to bring it up here. This is another map where Zipcaster I think could be very good, because, you know, you have the whole bats area that you can just completely infiltrate if you so desire. Also, I see that Aloe has come back in favor of Org, I believe, in conjunction with Lily here. We do see mid control is roughly split at the moment, but it will be First Blood going for Glitter Gel Pens as the Explo decides to kind of get onto top mid. Rain forces them away, but probably not for long here. The members of Marine Melody are clustering up really hard, and surprisingly, the Explo is the one who got punished out of that exchange, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But we see Marine Melody trying to create an opening here, and they do bring 2 down on the side of Glitter Gel Pens, but they were still able to get zone through that. But now Marine Melody will be taking zone for the first time.
Yeah, and there goes Jim taking care of plat, and that's exactly where you want to be if you're the Splatana main. And there comes the stamp as well. They only get, actually, that ends up being a pick on the side of Glitter Gel Pens. Now Marine Melody is 3 down. They still have control of the zone though. They might be able to reach into the lead territory here, but Glitter Gel Pen's going to start to contest that. They do go 1 down. Both teams go 1 down. Actually, Marine Melody goes 2 down now. They're trading blows, but Glitter Gel Pen ultimately keeps the lead going. A nice pick by the Trizuka there. Great job there, and they do still have 1 down. They're gonna have to watch that right tree though, because someone's starting to peek over there. There's the ping. They're asking for some assistance. Maybe we haven't seen it if they're gonna get it yet, but that shot is looking for something to get something going on in their plat. But it looks like Jimpy's gonna be right there to push him back.
Indeed. Yellow here definitely kind of playing it safe on the shot on the whole, and they will be kind of punished for that. But ZK, I'm terribly sorry if I mispronounced that, is kind of being kind of the main aggressor here and kind of helping back up Yellow here. But it was just the Expo left on the side of GGP, and Marine Melody is back in control of zone here. And we see the brush. They're going to try and go for a flank here, but the bomb kind of sniffs them out here. But it will be a trade between the Wiper and the Octobrush here. Marine Melody is 2 down, but they're still holding on to zone just barely, but Glitter Gel Pens will be able to take it back through some clutch picks.
If I'm Glitter Gel Pens right now, I'm looking at taking that plat, because Marine Melody, you saw earlier, they've been making some risky jumps in. I saw Jim just kind of lose a and get a pick out of. Someone get a pick off of Jim because you would jump, but Marine Melody is going to start taking it back, and you can't help but think that maybe Glitter Gel Pens is hesitating just a little bit on the offensive side now, because they did have control for a little bit there, but they did end up losing it quite quickly. But Marine Melody's Jim's gonna start popping out the stamp. There goes 1 pick. There's the other. Great job there. 2 down now for Glitter Gel Pens. It's 1 more player in trouble. They do pop the bubbler in time, but Marine Melody is able to take the lead. And it looks like Glitter Gel Pens might be looking for an opening. Now they got 2 down. They've got the numbers advantage. Trying to rush the Explo back into a corner. Not gonna get the pick there as they jump out. And it looks like Glitter Gel Pens is gonna be back into running.
Jimby was going absolutely insane there on the Splatana. That was a beautiful play to help their team take control of zone. But unfortunately here we see Glitter Gel Pens have finally taken the initiative and pushed up to their plat here, and they're able to get more of a stranglehold on zone as a result of it. We saw the crab tank though on the side of Marine Melody kind of push them back a little bit, and Jimby's looking for something on the side here, and they do get a kill just in time before the big bubbler protects them, so that was very good. Just a little more than 30 seconds left in this game here, and Marine Melody has 2 specials online. Glitter Gel Pens has got to build something if they want to have a shot here. The Ultra Stamp just barely misses that person in the attic, but there's still 2 down on the side of Glitter Gel Pens. ZK trying to do something with the Zipcaster, and he gets a pick on the X-Washer, but holding back here, just kind of getting out of reach of any of the other members. And they take zone. They're trying to get zone. There's 2 down on the side of Marine Melody, and they will force overtime.
Oh my goodness, we all knew this was going to be a game of mere points, but it's going to go straight into overtime. They don't have as much time, though. It's going to run out, and Marine Melody takes back the zone. Oh my goodness. And we all thought, I'll be honest, I almost thought that the Octobrush flank just messed things up for Marine Melody, but as soon as I saw 2 players of Glitter Gel Pens go down, there's no one there and no one in plat to keep their attention. So that ultimately is going to be what cost them that perfect flank opportunity. So I think the Octobrush had no choice but to go in just for some desperate play. It nearly ended up working out. But ultimately, Marine Melody is going to be who comes out on top there.
Indeed. I think the Octobrush definitely had the right play there. They just weren't able to kind of get as many picks out of that as they would have liked. Now, I brought this up in the previous game, but if Marine Melody was not feeling kind of rattled before, they certainly have to now. And if not them, imagine how Glitter Gel Pens has got to feel after having 2 games like that just barely slip through your fingers. Like, surely they know that this is still doable, and I hope that it's not that much of a blow to their morale, but they definitely know that they've got an uphill battle here if they want to turn this around. As far as counter picks go, I'm just kind of curious as to if they'll stick with zones. And one other thing worth mentioning is that Marine Melody, interestingly, they did not have Thresher playing, and I feel like on the whole, as a result of that, they weren't having as much aggression, which kind of hurt them in the long haul. And definitely Jimby was doing a great job to kind of keep up that end, but still, I'm kind of curious as to if Thresher will be brought back into the next game here.
Well, let's consider this. Glitter Gel Pens has already tried zones, and they know that they could potentially, if they try it again, I haven't checked counter pick rules just yet, but if they're able to try it again, they most certainly will. However, now they know that even if they don't have Thresher, they have Jimby, and Jimby is doing an excellent job in aggression so far. So now you're left to consider this. If we're going zones, if we can go zones again, what do we pick? Now, Museum. If they bring back the Zipcaster, Museum's going to be their best bet. But if they stick outside of zones, I think their best choice here is going to have to be something where they can concentrate most of their shooter-heavy comps. So it would have to be something like a Clams match where they can at least stop them from making a run at the basket due to just like stopping power from shooters alone. But Glitter Gel Pens has a lot to consider from Marine Melody. Marine Melody at this point just has to think about what Glitter Gel Pens can pull off, because they still have a threat on the table and they're still able to bring that game down to overtime, as we've seen from the last 2 games. So Marine Melody isn't settled just yet.
Indeed. I definitely have to agree that Glitter Gel Pens is doing a great effort as well. Definitely ZK and Yellow there, their main aggressors, kind of doing a great job there. It is also worth noting that, much like Marine Melody, Marine Melody has been subbing out between almost every game, but I don't know if Glitter Gel Pens subbed out between those 2 games. I kind of wonder if they're going to try and, fight that strategy, like kind of, hey, we're lacking this, so let's bring in this other guy. But regardless, we're going on to Rainmaker Eeltail.
Oh, and they've probably heard what I was talking about earlier. Eeltail is a very narrow map, so that me talking about shooter power and just having that narrow map in mind just might be what they're looking for here. And especially with the shooting power alone, they got enough to pop the Rainmaker. However, they still need to consider that if they bring Jim in, they've got to pay attention to the Stamp, which is going to cause a lot of trouble for Glitter Chopins. They bring Thresher in, they got more popping power, and they still have to focus on that aggression. If they bring both in, which is very much a possibility, just putting it down right now. If they bring both in, then Glitter Gel Pens is in for a lot of trouble. So clearly they've got something up their sleeves here. They've got something, they're coming up with something to where they can use their stopping power to just completely derail Marine Melody's aggression here. So this is a smart pick for them. I want to see how this goes.
Indeed. I know that Glitter Gel Pens has the backline player here, of course, but I'm kind of curious as to if they'll switch to something like Charger, for instance. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say when you're not really that familiar with each individual player. But yes, I am definitely curious as to if Glitter Gel Pens has something special in mind for this map, because they've been sticking with roughly the same type of stuff, like, between these two games, so I don't know. I'm sure that the Octobrush here is going to be kind of a nuisance to some degree.
Oh, absolutely, especially if Marine Melody considers pulling out the leader again, which, I mean, it's Eeltail, so either Explo or E-Leader does just fine, does the job very well, but they bring out the Octobrush, they still have the Zipcaster, and especially on Eeltail, you're able to reach a lot of really good corners, a lot of really good places, and you put yourself into a position where you can help out your team a lot. So I'm keeping an eye out for Glitter Gel Pens because, like I said, they have something in mind when picking Rainmaker Eeltail. You know, we may have thought that they would have gone for another zones match because that's where Marine Melody is struggling, but they've got something up their sleeve here, and I'm guessing it's either one, lots of shooting power, or two, they're going to rely on that Zipcaster to cause a lot of trouble for Marine Melody. So this pick of a narrow map may not be too far-fetched.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like the leader here for Marine Melody could definitely put out a lot of pressure, but again, with the Octobrush, that could be kind of an issue for them. It is worth mentioning, too, that, like, as far as I'm aware, like, I have no idea if these teams have already fought earlier in the tournament, so maybe Glitter Gel Pens aren't aware that Marine Melody has a potential leader on their side. So this could probably work out better for them than they were initially thinking. It's hard to say. Just kind of waiting to see what they brought to the table here. It is still a best of 7, of course. Yeah,
they're putting a lot of thought into this one. I mean, E-Leader, you gotta consider that Marine Melody has already seen the threat of Octobrush, so E-Leader is not out of the question. Loopholes is in now, so we might just be seeing the E-Leader Glitter Gel Pens coming out in the pink purplish color, and Marine Melody opting for the scope, actually, so that's not too far off from what we were expecting, but still, very nice pick here because now they got the ink back, and that's going to be the one thing you need, especially on a narrow map like this. So, and you see Glitter Gel Pens, they also have an ink back of their own.
Indeed. So not only did they switch to the Charger, but they also brought in, I believe that is an entirely new player in Iphon, or however you pronounce that. Again, I'm very sorry. But yes, Marine Melody getting pop here and able to just kind of, like, they want to just put out pressure rather than actually start pushing yet, but they might have to momentarily here. They're just kind of waiting until they have ink back online. And indeed, having Org pick up the Rainmaker so that they can suck up everything and make it easier for Org to get some points here, but Yellow on the shot doing a very nice job of stopping that push with just the Charger for Marine Melody left online. And indeed, that is now a delayed wipe on the side of Marine Melody.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate for Marine Melody's portion there, because As soon as their two people went down, it caused a lot of trouble for the Rainmaker. No one's in front of it. You only got the scope to look forward to, was popping ink back at the time. So good job on Glitter Gel Pens for making that stop. They go 2 down now. 3 down now. Glitter Gel Pens is looking at a very nice offensive opportunity here. Yellow just needs to get in front of the Rainmaker. Needs to see that Junior coming in from the side. Does get the pick on the Junior. And now there's an ink vac coming out. And this could cause a lot of trouble for Marine Melody trying to look for an answer against them, against that ink vac. But Looples finds the answer, as Looples always does. And they actually get a wipe on Glitter Gel Pens. Marine Melody is back in action.
Indeed. Yellow on Glitter Gel Pens did a really good job of opening that push there. We saw them try to move forward, but they were just kind of hanging back. It's like they wanted to drop down, but at the same time they were kind of scared. But eventually they came through the Inksuka and got that push going. Okay.
They're so close. Marine Melody's looking at it. They have one person sharking. Does Glitter Gel Pen see him though? There's the Fling Zone waiting for a nice opportunity there, and they do get one pick down. They might be able to get another, but they're getting rushed over by the angle shooters, which I still think is a weird name for a sub. But you know, Nintendo, you can contact me later on that. But anyway, they do go 1 down now. Like Marine Melody goes 1 down, but they're still going to try to make the push. Both teams going 2 down now. They gotta go 2v1 against the Splash Shot Pro if they want to get a chance. Oh, they do get the Splash Shot that's trying to cause them some trouble. They do get the lead as well. So now they've got 2 people looking at right in front of them. My belief is that they're going to start taking it left because they've got no other choice. Do they see the 52 gal trying to flank though? They do, but it's not enough because they go 3 down now. Glitter Gel Pen's coming out with some incredible defense.
Most definitely. It was a very good attempt to flank there, and actually, never mind. I think they did get something out of it. But still, able to just barely scrape a kill on the shot in order to take lead. That was very well played here. And they do have the Zuka at the ready. But at the same time, Glitter Gel Pens has popped their Zuka, although Thresher will bring that down. But the Ink Vac coming out too is going to kind of neuter that and prevent it from doing anything here. It's a 3v3 scenario here in mid, and it looks like Pop is just kind of contested at the moment. And Pink here on the K gal or the 52 gal is just trying to find an opening forward, but the Ink Mine is going to kind of mitigate that just a little bit.
Alright, now if you're Glitter Gel Pens, you're finding yourself in a bit of a rut yet again. Now they're going in way too aggressive there, I think. That was a little too aggressive for my taste, and they've gone 2 down now. Marine Melody is able to pick up the pieces from that. Thresher's going to start going up front, I believe. Just start taking the long way around at least, and they should be able to get a few picks there. But the Splash Shot Pro is looking right above them. They're not able to focus on the Rainmaker though. Can they get the Rainmaker on the pedestal? And they do. Marine Melody getting a KO for the first time in this whole set. This is actually, I believe this is the first time we didn't go all the way down to 5 minutes. So Marine Melody finally finding the offensive push they need.
I feel like based on Glitter Gel Pen's decision making at the end there, they've definitely got to be feeling like the stagger is setting in at this point. Like, I am not really sure what they're going to do in terms of counterpick next, but they've definitely got to be feeling some kind of pressure at this point. And Marine Melody kind of showing, like, they weren't afraid to push in anymore. Like, they knew that, like, even though it's been some very close games up to this point, they know that they can still kind of take the win here, possibly. So definitely able to kind of close that game out quickly. So now we are in favor. We're looking at match point here. Now, if you've paid attention to certain other tournaments lately, there's certainly it's by no means set in stone. I'm sure that Glitter Gel Pens can certainly, just out of nowhere show signs of life and potentially pull off a reverse sweep, but it all depends on what their counterpick is. Not too sure they're going to feel confident with zones, but I don't know. Do you have any sort of expectation here for what they might do?
I'm going to build on what you said earlier about the match point. Let's remember that this is the exact same spot Instinct was in Low Ink this month against Cherry Dolphins, a team that came in with lots of momentum. So Marine Melody, feels very nice right now. They have a lot of breathing room. And it looks like we're going to go to Tower Control Mincemeat Metalworks, which, if we're looking at Mincemeat, I wonder. Now I'm starting to think, because I wouldn't think that they would want a wider map than Eeltail just because they want to keep a hold of Thresher and their shot, but I wonder if Glitter Gel Pens have something else in mind, or if they really are running out of ideas, because I feel like what they've tried at Eeltail actually worked out fairly well, because they had the defensive capabilities of stopping Marine Melody. They had that defense in lock. The only problem was that, like you said, they had that staggered movement, so that's what cost them, I believe, Game 3. So when they pick Tower Control and Mincemeat, I'm starting to wonder, are they trying to bring the E-Leader out? And if so, what do they have to contest it? Because I'm starting to wonder, maybe they're trying something so that Marine Melody picks something. So maybe Glitter Gel Pens has an answer.
Very true here. They could potentially bring the brush back, because Mincemeat is a rather flank-happy map, so, the brush can definitely abuse that a fair bit here. We did see Marine Melody pull the win on this earlier here. I'm kind of curious as to if they'll keep the same player lineup, because, indeed, when they played this earlier, they brought out the E-Leader, and they had the Junior and Shot, as well as, Gal, I want to say. So, I guess we'll see moving in here what GGP does to kind of play around this here. I don't believe they brought back ZK on the brush here. And indeed, no, we have the Hydra and the Leader and Wiper again.
Yeah, I knew they were going. It looks like they're. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they did try to pick out the E-Leader, but I know that Hydra's there for a reason. That reason being they want to take care of Thresher, and if any weapon's gonna do it, it's gonna be the Hydra, just because of how fast that thing is and how quickly you can get a kill. And they did 3 down actually on Marine Melody. Great job there by Glitter Gel Pens to start off the match. Yellow's gonna start moving in, getting a few picks, trying to get a few picks on the board. That Leader looking vigilantly though, able to get believe that was an E-Leader pick, but one player is now down from Glitter Gel Pens, trying to look for an answer to that. Able to pop out the Trizuka. Is it enough for a pick? I think it's 2 down with the pick. No, both teams 2 down. Marine Melody trying to sneak it in. Oh my goodness, this is gonna go. They're starting to trade blows here. This is gonna be a slugfest.
Yeah, Glitter Gel Pens had a really strong opening there, but you can still kind of feel the fear setting in. It's unclear if, they just didn't really want to push up off of that, it looked like. Also, holy crap, that was a slick bomb kill from Lily there off that big bubbler. But regardless, it seemed that Marine Melody was kind of getting a bit too comfortable, and they went 2 down at the start from just kind of walking into the enemy, but it is now clear that they can kind of be put on the back foot as well here. Glitter Gel Pens just trying to find an opening here, but they are 2 down, and they're trying to force back the Leader and this other player in mid here, but not really able to do so quite yet. They do have the Inksuka and Crab Tank at the ready. They could get a push started with that right away, but it seems that they're just kind of holding on to it just in case. But Glitter Gel Pens does have the man advantage, so they could very much capitalize on this by moving up if they so desired, but they're just kind of electing to play it safe still.
If I'm Marine Melody, I'm looking at trying to provoke any of their shooters into your area. We've seen how the E-Leader is starting to prove itself as a tried and true answer to the shooter comps of Glitter Gel Pens. So I'm wondering if there's any key to success for them, it's going to be drawing them towards the E-Leader, and I think that's what they're trying to do here. They got a few players within its range. However, that flash shot's going to cause a little bit of trouble for it. The Stamp's going to start to come out. The new and improved Stamp is able to get a pick now. Actually, I believe that was the Junior, but Stamp does get a surefire pick there. So I believe Jim is actually going to go down. I did not actually believe that would happen, but I'm going to say I did and call myself psychic. But they go down, they take down checkpoint 2. They're going to work toward checkpoint 3. Glitter Gel Pens is starting to get a little scared, but however, they do get a few more picks on the board. 3 down now. Marine Melody is 3 down. Glitter Gel Pens has to respond now to Marine Melody's offensive capabilities.
At this point, honestly, I feel like the only thing that is stopping Glitter Gel Pens from making a comeback here is the leader, because Marine Melody was 2 down at a point, and Glitter Gel Pens just did not move up because they were scared of the leader. Like, they were in a strong position, sure, but they just really do not want to do anything until that leader's dead. And fair enough, they got a kill on them just there, and they are now starting a push as a result of that. They are able to kind of get a trade on Jimby here. But yes, and Crab Tank getting a nice kill on Lily, getting a double out of that too. Indeed, this is what they've been waiting for this entire time. It's less than 90 seconds left in this game, but they need to keep up this offensive. This is the most aggressive we've seen them all set, and rightfully so here. We see a Junior Splatana battle on the tower here, and the Junior getting the win there. It's 2 down. It's just the Hydra left, but they're stuck all the way back there. There's less than a minute left in this game now, and Glitter Gel Pens has got to not fold here and start acting scared again if they want to pull the win here, because this is still a very winnable game for them.
Yes, they found some offensive life for a second there. They need to keep that going, because now they've got 30 seconds left. They don't have that much time to work with. They have to do something about the E-Leader because it's causing a lot of damage to them. They've got 3 down now. The Splatana is able to get a few picks of their own. Glitter Gel Pens, they've got to find some miracle here because they're running out of time, and they're running out of time quickly. They've got 4 players against Marine Melody's 3. And for Marine Melody seem to have their foot on the gas pedal the whole time. They do go 2 down now, both of them down on the tower. They need to draw that Splatana in and try to get a pick off of it. However, the Splatana is going to hide behind the tower. This might be it for Glitter Gel Pens. They're able to get a few more picks. It's going to go straight into overtime. They get the pseudo wipe on him. There's still 1 more. They need to take care of Thresher, and it looks like this game's going to go all the way.
Thresher on the tear here, trying to get as many picks as possible, but they will be brought down. That's 2 down on the side of Glitter Gel Pens, though, and Jimby on the tower trying to get a pick, and indeed, they will get the pick there and pull off the full sweep to win Little Squid League's 3rd Invitational.
Oh, that Booyah was a very dangerous move for Glitter Gel Pens. And I understand why you'd want to pop it off then, but oh my goodness. Especially with an aggressive player like Thresher still in the game, hasn't been knocked out just yet. That Booyah was just too risky of a play for them to make, but nonetheless, the win is going to go to Marine Melody, who's been playing absolutely phenomenal this entire set, but we have to give our credit to Glitter Gel Pens as well. Bringing the fight to Marine Melody, bringing us very exciting matches, especially in games 1 and 2 with the Splat Zones match. Very good set all around.
Most certainly. Glitter Gel Pens definitely stepped up to the plate when it was necessary. They definitely put a lot of, effort into that game as well. Like the TC game. It was definitely very back and forth despite anything I might have said. But regardless, Marine Melody definitely did a wonderful job here of kind of I think their strongest asset was kind of the team play, because we saw like the aggressors pushing up as they needed to, and also like the pair of Lily and Looples just always lingering around tower trying to ensure that they have some degree of forward momentum was just really effective in keeping everything kind of in their favor for the majority of that game. So that is going to be like the tournament going to Marine Melody, so I'm really excited to see a video of Yovi doing something ridiculous, because that's just kind of, how it goes with them.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like you said, that combination of Looples and Lily, the team effort from Marine Melody here, and let's be honest, they weren't coming off quite as the underdogs heading into this Invitational either. Marine Melody coming off of their first Alpha Bracket appearance. This Marine Melody was coming in with all the strength in the world, and for them to put it on display right here, Marine Melody has a bright future ahead of them. But Glitter Gel Pens, I think they have a ways to go, but they're going to be looking back at this certainly, because they're well on their way to getting into some more results, getting into some more close matches and winning them. So I keep an eye on both of these teams.
Indeed, I'm excited to see kind of where both teams go from this, because they've made a very strong showing throughout the length of this tournament. But as for now, that is going to be it for us, I believe, here.
Absolutely, yep, that's going to be it. However, be sure to come back in November, because Noodle Squid League 25 is going to be on. New and low-level players, this is the tournament for you. This is a very exciting tournament, as you just saw, and we get loads of talent coming in, and who knows, one of you just might be the next low ink winner. So be sure to sign up, as sign-ups are now open. Well, yeah. But be sure to sign up, because this is the tournament for you. And you just might be the next one to win Little Squid League and low ink. There we go.
I mean, to be honest, it's not completely out of the question. But yes, continue.
And as far as we're concerned, that's gonna be it for us. Riley, where can we find you?
Well, you can see me on Twitter at BuffSplashdown. I don't really do much aside from play the game and commentate, but I try to be funny occasionally. You know the drill. Where can the people find you?
I'm on Twitter at Nito Unused. I stream once every 25 years on Twitch as Nito Splat, and you'll probably be able to find me in the Popeyes right now, because I'm gonna go get a chicken sandwich. I'm hungry as heck, dude. But
yeah, I kind of forgot to eat lunch, but what can you do? But yes.
Yep, that is going to be it for us today. Be sure to tune in on November 12th. We've got another exciting tournament for you heading your way, but right now we're going to be rating IPO as they're in the middle of their SAC tournament. And definitely another interesting one. You should go watch some top teams there playing for glory or bragging rights, or the ability to say don't play this weapon on Twitter.
Nice. So yes, thank you all very much for watching, and have a great rest of your day.